are without a voice upon the internet. But yeah, we are once again alive upon the internet. Got to warm up my voice and nothing came out there. And yeah, we are seeming to be, let me double check everything, with bit rates going everywhere. And actually, that's both to Division 2, I did, and changed the titles, and my audio is fine. Also, actually, I should have prepped a recording folder, which I didn't. Let's actually, well, while we do that, first let's get these silly clothes out of this poor lady. As yeah, we're gonna, as the title says, we'll need a video for tomorrow evening. And let's go record that, which is going to be the DPS table updates. Basically just highlighting that everything has been updated and maybe even discussing them a little bit. Let's just put this one back to normal. And yeah, before we kind of jump into recording and stuff, I'll need to first actually clean up a little bit. I will do that as we go through, basically. Y25M03D22 DPS table TU23 in-depth. When was our last in-depth look? This one? Well, I should just take... Where does TU22 end up looking to? That's one of those. Good. Or do I take this one? Where's the other one? I completely lost that. Oh, there. This'll work. Copy. Control V. It's taking a quick. Description file and a quick thumbnail file. I should clean these up. We should do this before stream, but of course I kind of forgot. And DPS table. Yeah. But even before we actually go into those, I'll need to just spend a little bit of time cleaning some of them up. Does this actually? I'm checking on this one. And yeah, this one. Yeah. Let's actually been running around. I just got home basically. So kind of sweaty. More just not sitting down. My body's going, okay, sweat time. So we'll need to, well, first things first. Actually, let's delete this one for now. Let's open these. Let's put this at the end. Open with a new tab. Let's put them actually in the right order. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7. Okay. Because there's just one visual thing I want to fix up. And I use it. This one already has it. This one already have it? No. So LMGs, SMGs as well. Yeah, SMGs as well, and Striker. Or ARs. Let's start with the LMGs. And yeah, the simple thing I want to do is just visually on the exotics and stuff. Like there is this text here. I want this just to be white, which is just gonna take a second to just find them all and then change them all. And I should just go from top to bottom and just make sure I've gotten all of them. And we'll need to do it both in the burst and the sustain because I think it would take longer if because I could unsort this and then kind of fix them here, copy them to sustain, and then like resort everything, but nah. That sounds like a bad idea. Mostly it sounds like it would just take more time. This doesn't take long anyway. That's just to have consistency. Actually, these LMGs are easy. This is just a pestilence. And the Bullet King that are versions. Actually, that wasn't too bad at all. On to SMGs. A few more into this one. And it is just tedious work, but let's make sure we get it. I'll just have to do it once. And then in the future, they are waiting for us. And then, yeah, we're going to just record talking about everything being updated and then just a brief look at the few that like have had changes. But we're just going to burn through it. This one as well is not going to be too in-depth. That's really what we're going to look at. And there's also kind of myself as well, kind of the list is especially highlight Dark Winter, highlight some of the exotic reload changes, and that some of them are a little bit impactful, but not too much. Talk about UIC, talk about Lexington, talk about Oxpecker. And I was intending to do this at some point, and then I totally forgot. And then I should hear as well is like, oh shit, I should have maybe not started stream until I fixed these up. But you know, we'll just do these while we're kind of loading up. The busy work sometimes of maintaining these tables is just having to go through and doing shit like this. Although that's of course not needed. It's just I would hate to put it in the video in this way because for the other ones we've done it this way, and also it makes it so much more it's easier to see actually that there is something going on there basically. Last one. Actually, yeah, let's put the SMG back to the top. Yeah, speaking of Oxpecker, it's like dead at the bottom, right? It's all the way down here. Yeah. Although actually, so yeah, it is. What did it get in the end? I already forgot. It's got headshot, right? Oh no, I got plus 10 rounds. Yeah. It had headshot. That's what it was. And hey there, Salt. And hey there, Furico. I'm a CGD level expertise in. What shade level should I start my mules? Kind of depends, because there's two different things and they each have a different answer. So in making, for instance, I call them watch alts, where you just make the character, you just use up all their points and you delete them afterwards. That I would say, like around your level, you could start, depending as well on how much, because even at your level, they're the best way for SHD optimization and field recon and stuff like that. So it's definitely worth it. I wouldn't per se maybe do it not yet for expert, because yeah, seeing as you list your expertise, or maybe wait till like the 3 times XP also happens, and then maybe be like 2K. Although it's now cheaper, so that changes it a little bit, because the way you have to kind of look at it is 800 points are going to be locked up anyway. So at 1660, you get 860 points. 860 points will get you, each 200 points will get you basically an item proficiency. So a run of 2 hours would be 5 proficient items, plus 60 into the next one. Is that worth it? And the answer to that is going to be different for everybody, because it kind of depends on how much you play the game. Because if you play the game a lot, even at that, that's still faster than running those item true countdown or something. Like you're going to get 5 items up to my proficiency in that time, where like running 2 hours of countdown isn't going to get that. So, but then there's the other thing of just filling up all the character slots, and I would say actually like as early as possible. I would generally recommend having all character slots filled up with a level 40. That way you can get all of the SHC requisitions, so you can just get the projects each week of this on 4 characters instead of 1. Also, now that you're past 1,000 points, every time you gain a level, just by them existing, you get 1 watch point per level per them. So I would say like that on like my 3rd account, I did that already by the time I was 500. But yeah, those are 2 different things. So recycling the character over and over again, you're reaching around the point where like it kind of depends on how much you play the game and how much free time and stuff you have. But yeah, just having those character slots filled in, that definitely filled them up. That's what you get for Scotch. Well, that's worth more nowadays than it used to, because 800 used to be basically like less than 3 items. Now that's 4 items, because now it's 200 points per, and then just proficiencying through scavenging points. And either heart. Let's continue this. So we did SMG. This one's done. Actually, I was just looking at the Oxpecker. Let's fix up this one, and then actually we're gonna go and start doing an intro. At least for these ones are always do the intro at the same spot, so I don't have to think of where we're going. So I always start them at the range in Castle. Could I? No, not. Nah, that wouldn't be faster. I could also use find and replace, but each of these would be a different term, right? So, yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Let's just bite the bullet and do it. Because I'm just turning all of these exotic talents, how many stacks they have up and stuff. Just making them white because that was already the thing with rifles and stuff. And yeah, it does look better that way. So. Mm. I wish I could set some form of hotkey, but yeah, changing text colors, I don't think anyone has ever gone like, you know what? We really need a hotkey for that. There isn't a hotkey for it, right? Like change color or something. Because yeah, now that's just in this, right? Although Adobe is still in formatting, right? Formatting color. Oh yeah, why would there be a? Oh, I know. I have to watch out for this. Not to make the entire box white. I forgot there's so many in the ARs. Mostly because also with Strega we're doing just like 0 stacks and 1 stack and 2 stack. Wait, do I have all 5 stacks of it? I think I have all 5 stacks separately. Whose idea was that? Oh wait, we're already in sustain? Wait, did I miss any? Thought we were still in burst. Okay, no. Ah, okay. That is fine. Thought we were still in burst. So yeah, it's just 2 more. It's like we still have to do the entirety of that other one. Oh yeah, that wasn't too bad. Yeah, so we have all these. I want to also have the main one open. Also, let's actually log out in this character. Let's go to character 4. We'll use the Celts thing. Yeah. For these, I get the minus. Yes, yeah. And I need just filling up those character slots by itself is worth it. But yeah, actually, the watch alting part where you just recycle them over and over. It's kind of also dependent on. But yeah, now you should have the tools to make the choice.
I've got it. Come take a look.
And either Rave Moose, I like the name. Yeah, let's go to over here. Castle. Oh, what's the send actually? Did I do my weekly this week? I'm not sure I did. I don't think I did. We've just been in Div 1 the whole time.
Simulation program active.
Okay, agreed for 1 day, 7 hours. So today and tomorrow. So it'll change on Monday. Yeah. I'll hold that till Monday then. I don't mind greed, but also greed can be annoying. Just doesn't have good exotic picks.
Hostile control point detected. Local power grid compromised.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you, Agent.
Interesting that this character is getting that one. Yeah, let's just... What time till? Okay. Let's wait those 4 minutes till it's daytime. In the meantime, already I'll set up these scenes because actually I'll go here, right? Yes. Oh yeah, we should talk about. We should talk about First Sight, of course. Actually, likely we'll do this whole thing as its own, just one segment. So let me actually go through all these. So here, Oxpecker, and then yeah, the Vector 45 Dark Winter. And yeah, these things having like super fast reloads. And then actually let's be here. So and then here just the super fast reloads of the MG5 and also kind of the stoner one, but also the GR5 one or GR9 one. Okay. Oh, refill. Which of the two lightweight M4, right? I always forget, like, yeah, it has to be the lightweight M4. And then Resolute and UIC, that's the ones that get buffs to base. Shotguns didn't get anything. Pistols, yeah, they change over to the card 45. Marzingan and changes. At some point, I need to actually, yeah, also, we need to actually go through this at some point. I kind of completely left this project kind of on the sidelines because of the base weapons. I was secretly kind of hoping Rossi was just going to go figure it out. He has that habit sometimes. But I haven't heard back from him if he if he asked right stuff. Although yeah, we left out. Actually, I should do that while we do a watch alt on second account. I needed more data points while leveling. We could try to do a. I have it in the spreadsheet. What? When is daybreak? Come on, someone's fine. As in the background, we were just waiting as well for the in-game time to kind of hit 6-ish, 7-ish, and then kind of we'll get the early morning, the early bird. Actually, what is the difference in burst between the card 45 and the so yeah, here about 2.5%, and then yeah, the sustain is 13-ish%. Okay, yeah. Okay. Anyway, the Oxpecker is exactly an MP7, right? Base damage wise and stuff, and then all it really gets is 10 more rounds. Okay. The one for builds on your sheet is terrible. I have a build for us. Decide what to play. Well, if you're kind of starting ads, I would just recommend it's yeah. There's a lot there, but there's also this recommended build list. So when starting out, yeah, it's kind of as a list set. Start with a striker. Just make a striker. But you don't have to stick with that in the future. Like there is plenty of stuff that is competitive, but start at the top and kind of, kind of get a feel of what damage can feel like, and then you can play around. Because there's definitely value to other things, especially for instance, yeah, headhunters or tech tanks or stuff like that. Even like eclipses. But that way you have kind of a baseline to compare against, and a baseline that like everybody knows. But I would say definitely as well, like Negotiator, Ongoing, Umbra, Heartbreaker, all of those can be, Hunter's Fury, all can be competitive as well in other ways, especially like in solo and stuff. Where was I? Let's see. Yeah. Come on, daylight. Daylight. So once we have a little bit of it, we can already. Anyway, I haven't used this in a while, so us reusing it. What is our okay? With Cindy in the background. There we go. And it kind of mutes that as well. That's perfect. Let's make sure that the folder is ready to receive files. Good thing we checked because it wasn't. Oh well, the hard disk. Or wait, did it just not take my input? I think it just didn't take my. Oh no, it did. Yeah. Let's do an intro here, and then we'll go from there. And in between, I'll read up on chat and stuff. Actually, can we? Maybe even. Nah. Don't like that particularly any better. What I do want though is maybe a little brighter. And it is a simple intro. We don't need it to be anything fancy. Cool. Kind of want to get the muzzle flare there. Hi, I'm Ikea, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into the updated DPS tables, as I recently went through and updated most of them, all of them actually. And we'll link to them, of course, as if you're not aware of them, I have a folder containing a bunch of DPS tables, some of them containing close to raw figures, basically, but raw figures for a level 40 character that has the watch filled in, which is the main table. And then following that up, we have several tables of weapons, specifically each weapon type on a build that kind of fits for them. So for the AR, so we have Striker, for SMG we have Striker, for LMG we have Striker, for rifles we have a high-end glass, for shotguns we have a Hunter's Fury, for pistols we have a high-end build, and for MMRs we have Hotshot kind of as their build. And kind of comparing them actually on build, because of course, by their base values, some weapons do have some mods, some weapons don't have certain mods. And because of that, we kind of need to compare them on build. All of these have been updated to TU23. I've added also a few additions, especially in the comparing on build ones. As we'll go through them, I'll point those out. And I just basically wanted to update on what changes happened, as some were undocumented changes as well, and we'll go over those in here. But there was also some buffs, one nerf basically to the Lexington as the lone standout. And what does that mean in actuality? What's the end result of all that? We'll kind of discuss that. We'll go weapon. We'll start with the base one, and then go weapon by weapon, and we'll discuss kind of what has changed in that category. This isn't as full as we did last season with the full in-depth looks, because that was kind of needed back then. This is kind of an update to those. So if you need to, maybe go take a refresher with some of those, especially with those specific weapon types. At the end, I kind of explain which weapons are going to be the better choices in that category. But as we go through the weapon types in here as well, I'll kind of highlight what some of the better picks are just in general. So it'll have that information in there. It will all be timestamped down below, so you can jump around to weapon types if you're just interested in some. And let's go get started. I'm perfectly happy with that. That's a perfectly fine intro. That was 2 minutes. I've been updated to what happened in change. Maybe voice it'll interested in some. Right. Just making sure as well that the audio isn't out of sync or anything. Let's actually go put the character.
Identified.
Let's actually put them on a striker. Show the build on each one. Nah, we did that in the other video. The sequence round, but it seems more like a meme group rate build. I mean, it's definitely, I wouldn't, as with this season's momentum, rogue momentum, it can do a lot of good. The thing is, it depends kind of as well on what content you're doing and how good the rest of the team is and stuff. If they're kind of melting everything already, there's not much for it to do, of course, but in certain ways it can actually be pretty. I'd take 3 strikers plus a seeker spam build over having 4 strikers for like a heroic mission. But then also I would like take an eclipse over that as well. But yeah, with the overcharged seekers of this season, if you have the modifier on, they can actually be very effective. Yeah, so let's go get started with this file being up. Actually, yeah, we'll start here. I'll select that one. Yeah, let's go with that. And we're gonna, of course, start out with the main file basically of here, which is this 0.0 burst sustain and damage per mag table, which if we open it up has starts always per weapon type. It has tabs at the bottom to jump around between weapon types. So for instance, SMG, LMG, and such. And in here, we always start with sustain, going to burst, going to damage per mag, basically, and then depending on the weapon type, for instance, we have a fast stance comparison as well, or for some weapon types where the base damage also matters, we have a base damage comparison there. And let's actually just go through all of these and kind of just discuss them briefly. I'm not going to go as in-depth. If you really want an in-depther look, because really all that changed for this season is a few weapons got some base changes. A few weapons also last time around were not correctly set up. They have been fixed, like the Dark Winter. But it hasn't actually been too much change in here. So we're just going to more focus on the changes. So there is a link as well to, in this playlist of the in-depth looks, you can actually scroll a little bit back and kind of find those TU22 year 2 or year 6 season 2 videos as well that go much more in-depth into each category. This is basically just an update onto those. Let's actually make this a little bit bigger, of course. Mostly we'll be looking at them in burst. We'll discuss their sustain as well on the weapon types. Burst is basically what we mostly pick a weapon on. It's basically has to have good burst, not too bad sustain, not too bad damage per mag, and kind of not too bad handling and other soft stats. So I would consider basically burst, sustain, and damage per mag kind of hard stats, and handling and such soft stats basically, which also matter. But here, this is an important component to know about, because you can't just go by as well by just knowing the DPSs of the weapons. You need to know as well how they handle in the game and such. But that's a whole long discussion to have, which we won't have here. First off, Lexington. Lexington, of course, as one of is the one listed weapon that technically got a nerf. There's actually another one as well in the Dark Winter, which we'll get to in the SMGs in a second. But yeah, the Lexington got its base a little bit reduced. It is basically a 1.15% reduction from its old number. And it used to be on the top of this list. Now it's behind the F2000. And I've already seen some people go like, oh, because it's behind the F2000 on this list, it must be worse than the F2000. So we picked the F2000, as we'll see on build. And that's why we do those on build calculations as well. And kind of actually consider those actually a much better source. The F2000 is actually behind the Lexington. It is also even behind the FAMAS. And it is even behind the Fall in burst output when it is put on a striker. Now, of course, the build kind of also depends, but for general use striker, yeah, actually F2000 is less, and that's down to this -1 mod. Now, in here, we're not actually accounting for those. These tables are mostly here just to have the base damages of everything, to have the RPMs and such, to have the reload speeds, and these are also the numbers, for instance, for the reload speed with a character that has the watch filled in with the reload speed and such, because that's the numbers I mostly care about. Primary use of these are always just for myself, and then I kind of share them. Now, bases, again, as with the last times, it is off by their numbers, or the numbers that they put out on those tables were always off by a few. And I'm not sure what is exactly causing that, why that is the case, but if you calculate using the bases given by their tables, you don't get the results as in-game. So these are all, again, back calculated from in-game to their base value, and to make calculations kind of line up with in-game, we kind of have to use these base values. That's also why nowadays, yeah, we kind of have to kind of use this, and we can't actually trust the numbers that they put out with that base amount. And yeah, the Lexington, while it went down a little bit, it is still, what we can do is, because the Lexington and the FAMAS, they have the same amount of mods. So on damage perspective, the Lexington is still ahead of the FAMAS. The FAMAS in the past already being the second place in front of the F2000 when it's on build. We can already say that, yeah, Lexington is still the top pick, and it still is. Also, on top of that, of course, the Lexington handles better. It has a long rail. There is a lot of goods to it beyond even just its damage. The other thing that came in as well, First Sight as the Valentine's item. I've added it in here. What the First Sight, of course, doesn't have is actually different stats on these core stats except reload speed. So what the First Sight has is higher headshot damage and a slower reload. And we do account for that on build. Now here on the burst tables, of course, the reload isn't factored in, but on the sustain table, we can see that actually the First Sight is behind the other AKs. And specifically as well, the AKM that it is based on, kind of, because of course, yeah, it's taking longer to reload. And in these tables, we're not accounting for the bonus that it gets to headshots. So again, we need to check that on build. That's why the on builds exist. The rest of this didn't change too much. All of the weapons got a decent increase or an improvement to their reload speed, so they are faster to reload. There is actually a few standouts here. The Honey Badger as well kind of got a much faster reload, as we'll see on build in a bit. It is actually ahead of the Carbine 7, and at this point, in the past, the Carbine 7 used to have, well, actually the Carbine 7 didn't get an improvement to its reload speed. In the past, I would pick the Carbine 7 over the Honey Badger because they were close enough together, and the Honey Badger was actually a little bit slower to reload. So they've kind of changed that now. And yeah, the Honey Badger would, for me, now be like a straight up pick over the Carbine 7. But the standouts in here are still the same. FAMAS, Fall, F2000, and the CTAR are actually the picks I would pick out of here. Each of them having some pros and the cons of themselves. We'll discuss them a little bit more when we get to the ARs. Let's move on to SMGs right away. On the SMGs, we have one new addition in the Ox Pecker, in the exotics. The main SMGs didn't change much. There is actually one unlisted change in all that, and that is that Dark Winter for the entirety of last season had the stats were changed into 22 in that season, basically in year 6, season 2. The Dark Winter used to have the stats of before that, which were better. So it wasn't actually the same stats as the Vector 45 is here. So it used to have better stats, a better base, and a better reload than this. Now it has been brought into line. So in the past, the Dark Winter was actually a better pick than especially if you're going for killer, it was even a better pick than Attack Vector. Now that is no longer the case. Attack Vector actually kind of is, they're around the same numbers. It depends on build, how much crit damage you have on them. But Attack Vector and the Dark Winter are about the same with killer activated, but that then also means that when killer isn't activated, because of course Dark Winter gets so much more from killer, it means that the Attack Vector is much ahead before it procs it. And because of that, the Attack Vector with killer is going to be now the go-to over the Dark Winter. So that was an undocumented change, although, well, that can be forgiven, but it is actually good that they kind of fixed that. This isn't per se a nerf. This is kind of, it should have been this way because it's weird for a named item to not have the same stats as its item that it's based on. With the inclusion of the Oxpecker, we'll kind of see it on the SMG on build, but it is the same stats as an MPX. What it does have, though, is 10 more rounds. It has the same 15 crit chance as well. And then it does have a little bit of optimal range and, of course, its talent. So it kind of will fall or stand or fall with its talent. We're not going to go too deep into discussing that in here, but stats-wise, it is kind of an MP7, and MP7 is kind of in the middle of the pack here. The topics are still, yeah, the attack vector is my go-to. I would say the Vector 45 can be a choice as well, especially if you're using Dodge Long Rare, for instance, with some tools that are available for it. And then also the SMG 9s are a good pick in the SMG category. Let's move on to LMGs. And I'm just going to cut it there just to just to not have too much in one take. That was 8 minutes. So this part I'm hoping to get done in like 20 minutes max with the intro, because otherwise it's going to be a long video, but we'll try to go fast. Gotta go fast. We're speed running this. Should I actually already set these up on burst? Yeah, let me check chat for a chicken. And hey there, Razzie, and yeah, welcome in, and welcome in LW as well. And yeah, for those coming in, I'm actually recording for in between. I'm recording for a video for tomorrow, and this is going to be about the tables being updated. So, kind of going through them, talking about them, and it's going to be likely a little bit long, but yeah. When have I been known for doing anything short, right? Except for the shorts that I do. Yeah, so LMGs. Well, let's go. And with the LMGs, we also see actually that there in this category, there haven't been any base changes or anything. It's only been some reload changes, but that does actually matter quite a bit for LMGs. They have, of course, kind of long reloads. The MG5 now is really fast of a reloader. It is in the realm of ARs. Basically, it is kind of reaching up in there, especially once we see it on build in a little bit. The Negavs, the M249s are still pretty good picks in here as well. They didn't actually give the RPK or L86 some love there. The L86 actually not getting any increase or improvement to its reload speeds, which is kind of odd, actually. I was expecting these to kind of be, because they're decent, but they could use some help because we're not picking them nowadays. In here as well, of note, just to highlight that, we're setting up the weapons in multiple ways. The rate of fire that is listed here, that means that it is a rate of fire mag in the pouch, basically. On LMGs, they have a pouch. You can either put plus 50 rounds from gunner or rate of fire mag. Now, with MG5s and such, I wouldn't per se put a rate of fire mag in there. We're kind of including them for completeness sake, but what we could kind of do is, for instance, an M249 with a rate of fire mag, compare that to an MG5 with a pouch mag. Now, of course, here, then again, this is a -1 mod weapon where we would lose some crit chance or some crit damage on it, 5 crit chance or 10 crit damage, depending on the mods, or even the ability to just put a stability mod or an accuracy mod. So there is a cost to that, which, yeah, we're not kind of dealing with here, but yeah, we'll see it on build in a little bit. But overall, yeah, I would still say that the MG5 especially is a great pick with that reload. And this is then specifically not the infantry MG5, but the normal MG5. All the other ones also got a decent increase. Well, not all, excluding the L86 and RPKs. They're kind of still very slow. But even the M249 actually got an improvement to this. This also carries over kind of to the Pestilence, becoming a lot faster. One that stands out is actually the Stoner. Got a really fast reload, and I saw a little bit of hype around it, although I would say yeah, we'll see in a minute when we go to LMGs on build. I just generally wouldn't pick a stoner, as we see there as well, because the muzzle slot on a stoner is as well a fixed 20% stability mod, so it will lose some crit chance on top of it, especially when you could have a GR9, for instance, or as we'll see, some other picks. In the LMG category, yeah, there wasn't too much of a shakeup, especially though that MG5 now being even faster of a reload is actually, yeah, it is very competitive. And I've been actually just running MG5s here and there as a main weapon and not even running them with fast hands, but with killers or measured. And that works out pretty well. Going on to rifles, we have in here, we do have a few base or damage changes. Most of the weapons got some improvement to their reload speed, except for the 1886, and I believe the Light 104, or yeah, the Light 104, I think, didn't get an increase either, or an improvement to their reload speed either. And of course, the 1886 is kind of in its own category, being almost an MMR in the rifle category. But the base-wise, Light 104, Resolute Mark 47, and UIC did get a little bit of improvement to their base damage, so they did actually get an improved damage, which would show up kind of in burst. And in there, though, they didn't in the end go far enough, I feel. In PTS, the UIC was slated to have around a 13% increase. The other two were around 4%. The UIC in the end got brought down to be around the same 4%. And while the UIC feels really great to shoot and such, yeah, you do give a lot of damage. We're not per se comparing against the M16A2 up there, more so like the Mark 17 and the 6CQB and the 6716 kind of area. We still, against them, give up quite a bit of damage. Now, for comfort's sake, I can definitely see going with that. And actually, on some builds, I do actually use this, but I also always keep a much harder hitting weapon for when shit gets real, basically. So, definitely usable. A little bit more usable than it even used to be because people were already using the UIC. Now in the exotics, not much change there either. It did make some weapons a little bit faster, and especially this Dr. Home and such being a little bit faster. We see that same as well actually in the classic M1A and also the M1A CQB / SOCOM M1A. They actually got a much better reload speed or reload timings, and you do feel that quite well. And actually, the classic M1A has returned to being a pick for me. I generally wouldn't pick it last season because, yeah, they had very long reloads. They didn't have enough damage per mag, basically, so you would hit the reload, and the magazine size, of course, was quite tiny. We'll see on build that actually is decent-ish nowadays. Going on to shotguns, shotguns actually didn't receive any changes to them, which was a little bit odd. We'll likely see that in next season, or maybe in a patch in between, but likely season. So this has stayed exactly the same as it used to be. To me, the standout picks in here, because this is, for instance, one of those places where we don't pick the top bursters, because the double barrel shotgun and the sawed-off double barrel, they seem interestingly higher than everything else. But to go back to that kind of the point I was making earlier, these have horrendous sustain. So what they gain in burst, they kind of lose in sustain. We do pick on burst, but the other stats matter too. So it needs to be a good burster that also has good sustain, preferably also good damage per mag. And then on top of that, preferably as well, some good handling traits, or good enough handling traits that it's worth using. The double barrel shotgun, for instance, here fails miserably on sustain and damage per mag, basically, and also handling wise. The two picks to me in here are still the SASGs and the Super 90s. They both are pretty high on the burst and the sustain. The SASG, of course, is a magazine reload. The Super 90 is a per shell reload, and kind of depends on what you're doing with shotguns and how you feel kind of about that. Because with the Super 90, yeah, you could maybe put 2 shots out, kill somebody while you're running to the next one. You reload it. With SSG, you have to do the whole magazine. But then on the whole magazine, it is, of course, a faster reload. So if you're going all the way to empty. Let's go to pistols. And in the pistols, actually, not much change except the reloads. But it does actually change my pick here for some of them. As, yeah, my go-to kind of in the last season became in between the M45A1 slash tactical M1911 and the Card 45. The M1911s and slash M45A1 here didn't actually get any improvement to its reload speed. Well, a lot of the other pistols did, including the Card 45. And now while the Card 45 is just a tiny bit behind when it comes to burst between these two, the sustain between them is inverse, and yeah, the Card 45 is so much higher. This is one of those places where the sustain calculation also matters, where I'm going to pick and I'm going to kind of go back to Card 45s for my general use. We have a few more rounds more. We have around the same burst damage. We have much better sustain damage, especially because of that reload. And just that reload by itself being so much faster feels a lot better, because you're not stuck in a long reload where you might get yourself killed. Being able to just fire gives you agency and lets you just, make your own fate. In the MMRs as well, we didn't see any changes. Nothing changed up in here. So as well, we won't kind of per se discuss them. But yeah, again, just to highlight the picks in here, the White Death is overall the top pick. I would generally go with that. Also, nowadays, the classic M44 carbine is the base weapon of it. So the reload of it is actually pretty quick, especially on hotshot nowadays, as it is much faster than it used to be 2 seasons ago. If you want to go with a bolt action one, to me, basically, you could pick any of the bolt action magazine based ones. Everything from this custom M44 to this tactical 308 is not too far removed from each other. And then basically, inversely, the reload kind of becomes faster as the damage kind of gets worse. But none of them really gives you any benefit per se over any of the others. So actually still sticking to an SR1 or a tactical 308 is kind of fine, or just picking the custom M44 because it is the highest base is also kind of fine. But yeah, that was already the conclusion last season because nothing changed here. Let's go and now to the per weapon type on builds. And we'll cut it off there. That was a lot of fast talking. Okay. Did we get that all under 20 minutes? $20.37. Okay. It's fine. We're not redoing, of course. Oh, actually, I should have gone to this for that one. Yeah, let me catch up here as I was kind of, what I was coming in. I'm recording some stuff, and as always with that, kind of in my own world as we go. And hey there, hello, and I'm doing pretty good. Kind of nice and relaxed and chilled day for me, so I'm just getting to play some video games and record some stuff and kind of have fun. And I hope everybody's enjoying their Saturday as well. SMG, they were already? What do you mean already? Might have been in reference to something I said, but I kind of don't remember anything I said there. Usually when I'm talking, especially for video and going fast, I'm just thinking of the next sentence, so I just don't remember anything at all of what I said. And hey there, Hojim. And hey there, Brand as well. Went up for SMG. Oh, if I... No, so well... in that, but yeah, we're gonna go a little bit more in depth with these on builds, but also this of course will be a video, so it'll be on the channel. Because yeah, that was just the base file kind of here, and now we're gonna also talk about the on build files, and SMG is gonna be the next one over. Although all of these are gonna be pretty brief, because at most I'm gonna spend like 8 minutes per category. Which is already kind of a lot. The game kicking me out in the background. Let's actually load back in there. It's taking forever. It's stuck on 0%. Okay. And yeah, happy Saturday to you there, Brendan, as well. No worries about it. Actually, yeah, reading it back now, yeah. But yeah, we're gonna go more in depth with the SMGs in a second. Although, well, in all of it, this is not gonna be, because that's just so. Last season we did like, you know, each video, each category got their own video that went like an hour. This one is basically updates to that. So, but in that part, I wanted to include kind of like, yeah, what my picks are, because that's a question most people will have. Well, so yeah, the simple picks in SMGs is still the TAC Vector and the SMG9. And then if you need a long rail for whatever reason, then a Vector 45. Okay, so let's actually just not even start. Although, let's start on the big one. Because yeah, I want to scroll through it and that. Visually, that'll work better. Let me catch the last ones here. Let me actually go like this for a sec. Level up the expertise of a black market version of the... we just missed one. Okay, level up the expertise black market version. Is that one missing? There's some stuff that is weird in expertise. I don't remember that one having issues. Because one of the things, for instance, as well, in, for instance, rifles... there's only ruthless in the shotguns as well. There's only merciless. Actually, there's only ruthless. Actually, is it there, right? There's no martial. Yeah, that's still the case, right? Yeah. So when you upgrade or run the route of merciless or anything, this will like count for both. There used to be an extra. That extra UMP got removed like ages ago, right? Yeah, looks like it. Which one was it? SSG Black Market. I mean, it seems to be there. No expertise of Black Market. Make sure that, because yeah, there are separate versions. So maybe if you have a different version proficiency, it might not be, because yeah, for instance, for the SASG, there's also this SASG, and then there's the tactical SASG. So if you have those proficient, but you don't have the black market proficient, that might get in the way. And yeah, let's go to ARs. Yeah, let's maybe have a, because there's a lot of talking with these. Yeah, let's get started. And we'll go down the list as they are in that main folder. Starting with ARs here, and I've upgraded the as a main thing as well. Just I've upgraded a little bit the look of these and kind of the functionality a little bit behind the scenes. One thing that I added, as you can kind of see there, although let's actually zoom in here already and I'm going to discuss that, is I separated out the talent. This used to be kind of in brackets in here, which just because I didn't per se think too much when we first made them, I just made them. Having the talent now separated, this can also mean that we can sort by the talent. So if you like copy it to your own drive, because you can do that with these files as well, you can actually, for instance, sort them by in other ways. So you could, if you want to do that, or even, for instance, input your own build or such. That has actually helped quite a lot, also with legibility. And yeah, quite a good addition. Although yeah, it took a little bit of work to get that in here. Not hard work, but just tedious work just to get that. In the AR category, let's first discuss the big Lexington in the room. The Lexington is still good. As we see, it is, as we saw already with the without it being on build, it was ahead of the FAMAS. That's going to, of course, keep being that way. This is also then that F2000 here being ahead of the Lexington, because here, of course, we're on build. We're on a striker build, just an obliterate striker. The stats will matter for especially some of the talents and such. Even, for instance, for this, because Striker being a little bit more crit starved, for instance. Although now with the crit chance, crit damage mods being kind of equivalent to each other, close to equivalent to each other, that makes a little less of a difference. But for instance, F2000 does move up a little bit as a choice, again, for high-end builds, for instance. But it never catches up to the FAMAS. The FAMAS is firmly the second place, and that's also the pick. If you don't have the Lexington, go with a FAMAS or a FAL or a CTAR or a F2000. Those four would be my pick, with the Lexington being the top pick, or just in its own category, basically. You could go with some of these mid tiers if you kind of need that. If you need a long rail with a faster fire or faster RPM, Heartbreaker comes to mind. M4 or P416, both could be good picks. Because yeah, both as well now. The P416 has the same fire rate since last season, or well, for quite a bit, as the M4. The general picks are still that. And then here as well, the talent list didn't change much, of course, because none of the talents really got touched up. So yeah, it kind of still goes in that same order of especially Sadist being at the top here. Now here, of course, I've also changed the wording for Sadist to Sadist Active, because we're kind of using Sadist as a just this is a 30% increase, and we can just kind of use that as our comparison point. It's not per se that Sadist is the best talent, because of course you need the uptime on the bleeds on the enemies, and especially with the diminishing return system where enemies, when you bleed them, even with the OD in the team and such, eventually they basically just, if enough waves spawn in the same room, kind of, they just don't bleed. And that means that you can't have great uptime on this, or the same enemy especially as well, for let's say, some of the legendary bosses or such. And then you have also, for legendary bosses, the Marauders, which don't bleed at all. So we have to kind of consider uptime. But yeah, just with Sadist Active, that's usually the top numbers in this. Now, of course, exceeded here by the Strega and the Chameleons and such. And I would definitely say as well, out of the exotics, Chameleon, Strega, both great picks. Chameleon, especially nowadays, I would definitely consider a general pick. You do need to be aggressive with it. You do need to play close range, but you can make it work. Same for the Strega for certain, but Strega I would say is more contingent on the content, especially for activities and such. You can extract enough from a Strega, especially for, let's say, public executions, which we do a lot of, where you have more than a few enemies, let's say 3, 4, or 5, kind of spawning all together. You can kind of get the stacks going, and then especially when you're killing some of the enemies with 0 stacks, of course, but the later enemies you're killing with 5 stacks, and then you can make it work. But yeah, Sadist still, of course, Killer, and then Measured, kind of in that order. Ranger definitely as well, a contender as well. That's also my general picks for all of the automatic weapons, in that order, kind of as picks, because Killer, really good, especially as well in solo play. Its activation rate as well, pretty high, and yeah, as to plug here as well, I have a video on my channel about the Killer activation rate, as yeah, sometimes there's still some debate on that. It isn't just the amounts of crit chance, it is actually much higher than that, and kind of depends as well on how big your crits are. And if you are intrigued by that, or like what is this guy talking about, go watch the video Killer activation rate. It's a rambling talk on my channel. Then as well, we see kind of going through the same talents as we always used to have. As well, I've done the addition of the AKM here as first sight, because yeah, the first sight can have the same traits, of course, as a Lexington, where it can be freely talented. Its addition is in the form of some headshot. Looking at that actually, because in this field as well, it is important to note, all of these will have grade 28, headshot rate at 20%, so we're kind of counting as one shot is a headshot, and then 4 shots aren't headshot, and a DTA rate of 60%, although here that the only weapon that will get affected by this kind of, because all of the others are DTH, of course, will be the capacitor. But yeah, at 20% headshot rate, we see actually that the AKM, the first sight here, is actually ahead a little bit of the normal AKM on burst. Now, actually on sustain, we can already see that if we take this one, which is kind of 9.2, taking it to this one, we have a 9.6. So on sustain, they kind of flip on each other. But yeah, the AK I wouldn't say the first sight is actually a pick really for me, especially that very long reload kind of sucks. Now as well, here's well, the reload speeds are of course with the Striker 15 weapon handling bonuses, so you have to account, well, we are accounting for that. And yeah, going actually, we'll kind of quickly just, talk about especially St. Elmo and Eagle Bearer kind of being here in the middle of the pack. They of course don't have a damage talent, but they are kind of in the pack with some of the weapons with Optimus and stuff. The thing is, of course, with a high-end weapon, you can go with Killer, for instance. And then things like Chameleon are much higher because they do have a damage component. One thing I wanted to actually highlight here as well with the capacitor. The capacitor, of course, we have it here with just Technician, for instance, here, plus Tech, being actually decently high. The modifier of the season, when you're in overcharge, you actually get 7 tiers worth of damage out of the capacitor, making actually for rogue momentum, if you're staying in tier 5 enough, which can be of course done with a recon drone or such, makes the capacitor actually one of the top picks of the season, and it is 7 tiers. We'll actually likely look into that in a future video, because for most, it would have gone like, oh, it is 6 tier because 7 tier isn't, like overcharge isn't per se 7 tiers, at least not for skills. For capacitor, it is. So just to highlight that here, but we'll likely look into that in a future video with some quirks about some weapons and interactions. Going over to the sustain end, we actually see that, some of the weapons are now very sustainably high. Especially things like the AUG. It even got an improved reload speed. It is, of course, AUG is the only weapon that has more than 30 rounds as a base here, at least from the high ends. It does actually work decently well, sustain end-wise, burst-wise, of course. We see kind of, it is, especially when we kind of compare it to, let's say, and go all the way up to a fall. It is a little bit behind there. The thing is, of course, we pick mostly on burst. The fights we have in division just aren't long enough to kind of just go all in on sustain. And because of that, the weapons that are on sustain, we do kind of care about their sustain being high enough, but especially some of those mid packs. So for instance, the Honey Badger and such being a decently higher sustain than, for instance, some of the higher weapons above it, like the Fall and such, can make it a choice, especially as well. The Honey Badger handles quite a bit better than, for instance, an F2000 and such. The thing is, though, that the Fall is kind of also in that pack, and the Fall actually does sustain decently well, because we see actually, for instance, for the FAMAS, because the FAMAS has a pretty long reload, and it, of course, didn't get... Well, it got a tiny bit of improvement, got 0.01% or 0.01 reload speed change. That didn't help it that much. I'm actually having trouble finding the FAMAS. Let's actually do Control F FAMAS. You can also always do this for yourself. We have there the sadist one at that point. And that does make a difference, although keep in mind that, we haven't dropped too much in sustain here anyway. And then, on burst is, of course, much higher than anything around it. That's kind of the dealings there. So we're kind of picking more because of that on burst than on sustain. And the FAMAS can, of course, kind of do well enough, even with its somewhat lower sustain. But like actually in the future, kind of highlight this even a little bit more, how those differences kind of line up. But it is actually now interesting that they're kind of making the sustainy weapons even more sustainy. How far do they have to go into that before we actually maybe do consider some of the weapons that are higher on the sustain end? I'd be curious to actually see them kind of fiddle with this even more so than they have done so far, and maybe even go further with it. Because I would definitely say that some of these weapons, we could pick them. For instance, the AUG, I wouldn't per se say so, but because it handles pretty poorly. But Mark 16, ACR, things like that for ammo conservation already are decent picks. Although I would go with the Fall, even though the sustain is a little bit lower, its burst is just better. And that can definitely be a choice. Let's move on to LMGs. We'll cut it there. How long was that? Because I feel that was like, okay, 11 minutes. That's kind of fine, because on this one as well, we're explaining a bunch of stuff. So on the next ones, we can go a little faster. Let me catch up on chat for a sec. And hey there, Gustavo. And hey, Mambu. And hey, Faders. And yeah, welcome all in. Indeed, FAMAS is pretty spicy with killer. Although, well, just some of the better bursters. Thing is that, yeah, annoyingly, Lexington is spicier. I wish it would. It wasn't. I wish it was just kind of the same as the other ones, and just yeah. But yeah, if I balanced that thing, I would have just put it just a tiny bit behind the FAMAS, and then it would have been fine. I feel because it's still a better handler, so it would still be the top pick. And I take her first. Yeah, let's keep it going. So that's AR done. Actually, I should keep all of these open so I can put them in the description file in a bit, or in a bit, likely after the stream. Because we're gonna record all this stuff and then likely we'll jump into some Div 1 afterwards, as the title says. Yeah, SMGs. And moving on to the SMGs indeed. Not much changed here, of course. There wasn't even a base damage change here, except for the Dark Winter. We'll highlight it kind of in a second. There were, of course, a lot of reload improvements, and we'll kind of look at the sustain in a little bit. And some weapons moved up quite a bit, and a lot of weapons actually in SMG categories also in using them. You'll notice that they're really fast reloaders nowadays. Starting off, yeah, Backfire, Chatterbox, really top picks in the category when it comes to exotics. Chatterbox, of course, if we kind of can keep it at like the 5 stacks, especially with a hard-hitting build that kind of kills with it quite well, you can get really good results. And especially, for instance, if you're doing sub-difficulty stuff, this used to, for instance, in the past mean if you're doing the League or some such, which doesn't exist anymore. But even for just getting some of the kills and stuff while grinding through the journey, you could drop the difficulty if you needed to. Chatterbox actually is a really good pick for that one because, yeah, your enemies are squishier, so they die more often. Backfire as well. Actually, I want to make a note to say here that the Backfire actually seems to be, if you're running it, because I mostly ran it on a build dedicated for it, 100% bleed resistance. You don't bleed at all. Turns out, actually, if you just run around with it with the strikers, after like a bleed or two, it doesn't bleed you anymore. Especially if you're just continuously firing, like not per se in a mission setting or something where you're going from room to room. Which means that for some fights, and people will have already likely seen this if you're kind of watching streamers and such, being used for the Wraith and the Lovebirds. In Incursion, for instance, this has become the go-to because even there as well, actually, on top of it, we usually have a healer, so it's just getting healed and then also hazard protected from the healing. But just by itself, you can actually run Backfire on a full red striker, and you bleed once or twice, and that's kind of fine. And then this doesn't bleed you anymore for a little bit. And that seems a little bit maybe cheesable. And we'll highlight it here because it's kind of out there already. I'm not opposed to just, yeah, once it's all the way out there already. On the burst ends, we see the TAC Vector and the SMG9, specifically the SMG9 and not the A2. Of note as well, so as has been asked actually recently, why some of the weapons are compacted, like let's say the PP19s, for instance. There's multiple versions of the PP19. We're compacting those, though. Or the MP5, for instance. That's 3 versions, or the AUG. Why aren't we doing it for these? And that's because the SMG9 has actually 1 mod less than the SMG9A2. So it is actually a different base damage. We can just make out the bases on that end. We see that actually the SMG9 has a higher base than the SMG9A2. that happens with a lot of weapons. If they have a mod less, they usually have compensation for it in their base damage. That's also why on the main tables, you see them usually being higher. Kind of with the F2000 in the same way. It's missing a mod, but it has kind of compensation built into its base damage. So in here, we see that as well. The SMG9, just by itself, and then we just take another crit chance on the build, actually works out better than the SMG9A2. It has more than enough compensation. This is also kind of holding true nowadays for basically all of the picks, because MG5 kind of has the same, the AKM, not that we use it per se, but has the same, and several others as well. Or CQB comes to mind as well, the 6.716 CQB. This is kind of better than just the 6.716. So a lot of those weapons that have compensation actually nowadays have more than enough compensation for it, but I wouldn't, maybe I'm forgetting about some place where it's the inverse. So yeah, definitely still kind of make the choice based on this data and not just by that kind of, leap from here. And yeah, Tac Vector, SMG9, Vector 9mm as well. It got actually a little bit improved reload speed because, for instance, the Tac Vector actually didn't see much of an increase to its reload, kind of in the same way like with the FAMAS, it was a tiny amount. But in the rest, actually, there has been. Of note as well is that, yeah, some of the weapons, like for instance the MP7, where they have a 40 round magazine built in, and we don't take them because with most of these other weapons, we're taking plus 20 mag size and then minus 10 reload. Because of the built-in mags, for instance, on that, or the PP19 or the P90 or such, those actually have really fast reloads nowadays. And you can actually kind of go for them because of that. Although I would say that, for instance, the Tac Vector, just, yeah, for instance, here already showing up with a very fast reload. But for instance, yeah, MP7 being able to like reload super fast, and now as well the Chatterbox actually reloading super fast, although you don't want to reload the Chatterbox, of course, kind of in combat. Or, well, if you're doing it, then you're breaking the talent, of course, and you're kind of resetting it. But yeah, some of those have actually really fast reload, and that does matter for them. For SMGs as well, kind of the same order. Goes for talent-wise, Sadist, Killer, and then into the measures. And for general picks, I would definitely like Sadist can be a choice, especially if you have OD or such in the team, or if you are running OD, or if you're running Ridgeway. Actually, the buffs to Sadist last season were actually quite a big buff to running Ridgeway with Hunter's Fury. I've been actually quite enjoying that, or even with PFE builds, because you can extract a lot of damage from that Sadist talent, and then you kind of give up on that chest talent for it, and of course the other exotics you could be picking, and then you get a little bit of regen in return for that. So there's actually some benefits, especially on the SMG and with Sadist, of course, on that, and also on LMGs for OD, especially the Carnage. But then, yeah, if we go kind of downish, also actually I should say, I didn't say that in the AR, I've also added in now no talent, as I see it here, and I've added that into both. In the past, we could kind of use fast stands or steady-handed or such as like it doesn't add anything to burst, so that's the baseline. But of course, on the sustain end, they do add stuff, and everything adds to sustain. So I've added in actually a no talent in as a separate category. And because of that, we can kind of compare to that as a whole. So you could, if you wanted to see how much the talent added in as a whole, you could take whatever for instance, if you want to know for, let's say, yeah, the UMP just as a pick, you take this number, you divide whatever the number is by the talent, by this number, and you'll know how much the talent added to it. Oh, actually, we should discuss in here, if we find it, yeah, the Oxpecker, the new edition of the season, of course, with Symbiosis. What we see is that it is actually a little bit behind the MP7s here. That is basically down to not much, basically, just the name. It is around the same percentages and such. Now, of course, on the MP7, we could have a damage talent. On Oxpecker, we have that where we are fixed with its talent. I would definitely say that its talent is very usable. I've kind of enjoyed actually running around with it solo. I would say it's not usable that well in group settings because it's just too chaotic. You need it to be a little bit controlled. You need to know when you need to build out your shield, and I'm you know, I'm gonna run up to that guy, pull out my shield, gonna deal with this guy, and then kind of move forward. And because of that, it's kind of tied to tanking talents basically. That's why it won't be a general pick or like a meta pick, but as just a choice to kind of run around and try to maximize getting the most out of this weapon. I kind of enjoyed my time with it. And yeah, it does have 50 rounds instead of the 40 from the MP7. And because of that, yeah, it does actually perform. It's good that they added in that 10 extra rounds. That's one that they added after the PTS. If we go to sustain end, we kind of see as well, one of the reasons that Chatterbox and Backfire kind of work really well is they are really high on the burst table, but also really high on the sustain table. So even the Chameleon, for instance, that we saw and such, don't match up to these. Now, of course, this is the 5-stack Chatterbox, but even the 3 stacks is not too far behind. And 3 enemies you could very consistently do, of course. That's kind of why the Chatterbox is actually one of my preferred picks in this category. We see kind of the inverse, especially the T82-1 is a very slow firing and then fast reloading weapon now. And yeah, it's kind of way up there on the sustain. Now, on the sustain again, we don't per se pick on these talents or pick on going with the sustain end of the table. But even then, for instance, some of the things like attack vectors, for instance, here with Unwavering and such, those can definitely be picks, because with Unwavering and for that time that it is up, you do get decent burst and decent sustain. You're giving up, of course, a damage challenge end, but yeah, you're gaining so much in the sustain that it can be a pick for that. And that's why with SMGs, Unwavering definitely goes into that pack as well of like Killer, or Measured or Unwavering would be the 3 picks there. I wouldn't per se put Ranger on SMGs. You don't generally don't want to engage in the ranges where Ranger is kind of effective. On the sustain end further, we don't see too many surprises, but yeah, especially some of those weapons that are super fast reloading kind of move up in this pack quite a lot. And it's not just that their sustain is so much higher, they feel a lot more comfortable to use. We see as well that Unwavering versus Fast Hands is quite a big leap between them with the same weapon. So for instance, here with we see, for instance, an M1928 with Unwavering, and we see that on the sustain end at least, that Unwavering, of course, is so much bigger of a bonus. But that's also actually expecting Unwavering to be up basically for its duration. But yeah, Unwavering, of course, is pretty short, and then you have to kind of swap back and you lose the bonus. On the sustain end, the Oxpecker as well, kind of, in here, though, kind of ahead of the MP7, that 10 rounds making a little bit of a difference. Although, of course, against, for instance, here it's beating an Optimist one, but against the No Talent one, it would be a decent amount ahead just because it is firing 10 rounds more before it needs to reload. But definitely not a pick for the damage end, of course. It doesn't have a damage talent, so yeah, it just doesn't compete that well in there. Let's move on to the next one. Did I start this with LMG? Because I said LMG going out of the other one. I think I started this one with and moving on to the LMGs and then showing SMGs. It wouldn't surprise me. That got a little bit rambly. I kind of lost it a few times. Just talking too much. Also, one of the things. So, what is happening here? Shouldn't this be the exact same as the MP7? Why isn't it? Oh, yeah, we're running the SMGs. We're running them with, for the ones that we can, we're running them with 2 crit chance mod, 1 crit damage mod. Or I think even all crit damage. Is it all crit damage mods? And yeah, with the exotics, we can't do that. This kind of threw me off. I'm like, why is this different than that? But yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, let's go on to LMGs. Also, let's maybe turn on this fan a little. It's getting sweaty again from just rambling and tambling. Did I miss something here? Let me get you on the chats. It's possible to make a sniper crit build. Someone should Deadeye, but not actually like Deadeye. You can, but it doesn't work out well enough. The thing is, in Div 2 especially, we have Determined and we have Headhunter. So even if you want a body shot, you just do it that way, basically. That kind of kills that idea. Because yeah, you can definitely run just a marksman rifle kind of on a high-end glass, and that actually works decently well. I used to sometimes have that as a secondary, because when you have like that one person hiding, that one red in the back or something, I used to for the longest time just run a marksman, or well, usually even Nemesis as a secondary, because then the second that they peek, you just pop their head out, or you pop their head off. The thing is, though, is the second that you're shooting body shots, you're giving up that second stat completely, because that's like, you know, that's a lot of damage in the scheme of things. And yeah, without that talent of like Deadeye flipping that to crit damage, it's workable, but yeah, it doesn't work out too well. And the thing is, yeah, if you just want a body shot, it's easier to just run Determined Headhunter and just headshot once and then body shot. Feel like this. It's a good, nice. Yeah, let's go with LMGs. Halloumi. And moving on to LMGs. Here we're starting off, of course, in LMGs, we're adding in Frenzy as one of the picks. That's also why in here, for instance, yeah, the JR9 and the Stoner are kind of, we aren't on the sustain list, we're definitely on the burst list, and they seem at the top. But of course, if you were to activate Frenzy with them and then run it for those for that time that Frenzy is active, that's also actually, as a reminder, why we generally, as the main point that we compare against, I generally pick something. Usually with most of these lists, it's going to be a weapon with Sadist, one of the first places where we can kind of consider it, you know, actually doable. Because here, of course, for this GR9 to kind of do these numbers, we have to unload one all the way. You would do horrible damage for that time, and then if you were to use it in combat like that. But then, of course, what we can do is prep it and then use it in combat when it comes up. But just moving on to the Sadist end of things, let's actually highlight all of the Sadist weapons. I'm going to go Control F Sadist. This highlights all of the Sadist weapons. So we can kind of compare those against each other, so we kind of know what the top one is when it comes to general picks, basically. Here as well, Sadist acting, because we could also do this same comparison with no talent. Sadist, of course, just adding 30%, so also the build differences doesn't really matter for this. So we'll use it as our main comparison point. Now, of course, we have first the Carnage being the named Negev. With Perfect Sadist, that, of course, 5% more on that. That's going to be beating everything here. Then we see actually, yeah, that the RPK with and the L86 actually are still high on the burst. The thing is, though, that this M249 is so much more usable. Same for this Negev, same for this MG5. The Negev and the M249 have 150 rounds before they have to reload, even though they have a little bit of a longer reload on per bullet spent. It is much shorter, of course. And the MG5 kind of the same. This is why, for me at least, the RPK and the L86 have kind of gone by the wayside, and I'm kind of swapped over to M249s and stuff. Especially as well with Striker, M249 or Negev actually have pretty high rate of fire. Same for the MG5, much higher than either of the RPK or the L86. That's kind of why they've kind of gone by the wayside, because actually they're still not losing on burst. It's just that the reload is kind of horrendous when we can in 3.48 seconds get 50 rounds back, or well 60 rounds actually. Although of course as well the RPK lost 5 rounds as well last season. Or in just a little bit more time, we can get 150 rounds back. That's quite a difference. Although in this case this is the rate of fire one, so we have 100. Of note as well, then, there actually we should highlight again. So the rate of fire ones are rate of fire pouch. So this is actually 100 rounds. The P is for just the normal pouch, where we would put plus 50 rounds in there. The BM is Big Mac, so only the L86 or the RPK, they actually take the Big Macs. They don't take pouches. So that is important because, yeah, this is a 100-round version of that one. Because if we kind of compare it to how we mostly run it, the MG5, for instance, here with the pouch, we're actually not including the MG5's with rate of fire in here because it just doesn't make sense with a 50 round. It is actually pretty high, but we could actually have that same 50 rounds with the MT49, although with a much worse reload with higher burst. So in the MG or in the LMG category, the sustain actually, because they are pretty close on the burst, and the sustains actually matter here kind of. Because we can see that going from, for instance, this M249, we're kind of dropping down a little bit to this MG5 with pouch. So they both have, the other one has a rate of fire max, so it's 100 rounds. So they're both 100 rounds. But then the sustain of the MG5, just because it reloads so much faster, as I'm trying to kind of follow this line, there we go. This is 120% of that base. And this one is actually 102% of that base of the RPK basically. And yeah, that's kind of painful. That's why my go-to has become the MG5, specifically the MG5 and not the infantry MG5 as well. With all of these weapons, to point that out as well, we're going with crit chance third stat. That is overall the best pick for that slot, especially nowadays that we can flip crit chance mods to crit damage on the weapon itself and not lose anything like we did in the past. Then moving on a little bit, one of the ones that of course kind of got some buffs and such, although I'm actually trying to find it, although it's way lower than I even thought. As for instance, yeah, Sonar has been coming up quite a bit of like, oh, it's reloading super fast. First of all, the MG5 is kind of reloading around that same speed. Now, of course, here actually as well, I would say that for the Stoner, I would prefer actually for it. Oh wait, what? Oh, that's a GR9. No shit. Oh, okay. God damn it. Wait, can I salvage that? I thought for a second there I was very confused why, but I misread it actually. I was like, wait, why is the rate of fire Stoner above the pouch Stoner? But this is the GR9 with that. And such, although I'm actually trying to find it, although it's way lower than I even thought. As for instance, yeah, Stoner has been 5 is kind of reloading around that same speed. Now, of course, here actually as well, I would say that for the Stoner, I would prefer actually for it. Oh wait, what? Actually, I can salvage that. Also, let me catch up here for a second if I'm standing. Gives a bit. CBS on turning off assist and actually hitting the target. I mean, I understand the point you're trying to make, but it's a little bit weird to like. So I do have one of these, but I'm not playing on it. There's no assist on that. Like that. But also, yeah, no, that's not what the best DPS depends on, because if that was true, so turning off assist with a great weapon would be better than a high-end weapon with assist on, or is that because that's the conclusion of the claim you're making? I'm not sure you wanna go that route. But also, yeah, I'm playing on PC. There is no assist. There's no aim assist. Yeah, we can salvage. So what was my last sentence here? First of all, the MG5 is kind of reloading around that same speed. Now, of course, here actually as well, I would say that for the stoner, I'm gonna cut it there. Yeah, for the stoner, and hey, this hour. Yeah, let's go with this. That overall, it's still, for instance, a better pick to go with the rate of fire mod for it, going with that 200 rounds. Because actually, if we kind of go and try to find the stoner without the rate of fire mod in there as well, going for that 250 rounds, which I just see way too many people doing. If you're going with the Negav, or not the Negav, the GR9 or stoner, I would generally pick just the rate of fire mod. Because keep in mind, for instance, here, we've dropped down so far that we're in the same lines as, for instance, a Negev with flatline or strained versus a stoner with sadist. This is kind of, yeah, the what kills the stoner for me, especially in comparison to the GR9 next door, because if we kind of go here, the stoner is down here with a rate of fire mag, the GR9 with a pouch mag, so with 250 rounds, again, not what I would pick per se. And the other one is quite a bit higher. And the difference in here is kind of around 5% against whatever we're comparing against at the top. The rest of this kind of stayed the same. I did actually in here as well kind of add in no talent, of course. So kind of these end parts are going to be clumped up parts. But what we can also see actually, if we actually go with no talent, let's actually do that, no space T as our search term, again, we would see kind of the same order of things as with Sadist. That's what we're kind of comparing on Sadist, as that's kind of just easier to do, as it's at the top. But without talent, yeah, it will be RPK and LE6, but generally we don't pick those. And let's go actually look at why we don't pick those. Also, yeah, exotics-wise, because all of the exotics are kind of pretty far down when it comes to comparing, especially against killer or measured as talents. Now, of course, the thing is that some of these can do different things. So Bullet King, of course, for instance, has, you know, it's steady-handed plus, basically. Although, well, steady-handed has accuracy and stability. But even the Pestilence, for instance, with one full stack of damage going around, is still, you know, it's middle of the pack. It's against a Negev with Optimus, for instance, next door, and things like that. It isn't, well, for instance, Iron Lung is actually pretty competitive in its damage, a little bit higher. And of course, this is without having to have had 50 rounds first to kind of get this 100 stack or this 50 stacks going. And then that means that, yeah, none of the exotics here are per se that great, including the blue screen, where it is decent, but yeah, compared to especially LMGs with damage talent, they can output so much more damage. But you can get a lot of utility out of these, because especially as well, Pestilence, I quite enjoy it, but DPS isn't the metric to kind of compare it on. It's especially that it can kind of hit enemies while you're hitting other enemies. It is basically an extra buddy kind of damaging enemies, staggering them and such as well. Going on this onto the sustain end, we see again that actually, yeah, the frenzy is kind of showing up way high there. But that's also why we're kind of comparing here at the a little bit lower with by going with steady-handed, or no, sadist again, actually. Sadist as the active thing, because yeah, steady-handed basically, of course, for some of the weapons would not be the correct pick, because with a 50 round or a 60 round RBK, where we also have steady-handed on it, you're not triggering it every time. Now, of course, with GR9, you can kind of see it as more realistic. But then here as well, actually, if you go and find, because there's of course one standout in the sustain category, which is the Bullet King. Its burst is its sustain. Its burst and sustain is actually so high that while things like GR9, actually, let's go find the GR9s in here. And bring them all up. So for instance, a GR9 with a rate of fire mag can actually be competitive against the And it's interesting that both of those are kind of close to each other, the rate of fire and the pouch, because of course this extends for sustained purposes. This extends the time between reloads. So the rate of fire doing more damage per shot, because on the burst, of course, this one was higher. We can see that this one is a little bit less than 5% higher than the other one. But isn't a big step from that GR9 with Sadist active to, for instance, a Bullet King. Now, of course, the GR9 isn't with that. We wouldn't per se compare it, but with Steady-Handed we would. And that's actually below the Bullet King. In general, I would, if you're going for like just the infinite fire, while this of course also has accuracy and stability with Steady-Handed, that also can be actually annoying sometimes, because when it falls away, it's much more annoying. And yeah, the Bullet King, I would say overall, if you're going for that, I would nowadays just pick the Bullet King. It makes much more sense in that way for the sustain end. And yeah, we see actually that the MG5 and such actually does do decently well in this pack, where we have, if we go back to Sadist highlighted, just as a 30% flat buff on both burst and sustain. We see that it's kind of middle of the pack. It isn't at the very end, even though it was pretty high. The thing then is, of course, that the LAD6 and the RPK that were really high on burst, that's M249, RPK all the way down there, and then LAD6 all the way down there. That's kind of what kills them for general use. This is the reason why sustain then also matters in all categories, not just here. Yeah, let's move on to rifles next. Knowing that the game, I forgot to wiggle the game. Oh, we're going pretty long on all of these. How much are we up to? Although as well, I'm gonna need to cut like 2 minutes off of it.
Safe area detected.
Or a minute. We're on 55 already. Okay, maybe. Yeah.
Less than 0. Like
It's fine. It's just gonna be a long video. Let me jump here for a second. Thing is that yeah, Bullet King has like 1,000. Although yeah, I would just generally this kind of set there. The 250 rounds is just, I would go for the 200. You can still get Steady-Handed in that. Let's see. Yeah, thank you, Mad Scotsman, for the well wishes. And I hope everybody's enjoying their Saturday as well. And yeah, I'm kind of doing good. We're recording a video for tomorrow to go up, and so far so good. Even though I'm as always kind of going longer than I want, but also like I don't feel it's not stretching or anything. It's just it needs to be said, and then I'm gonna have to spend the time on it. At least this one by itself is faster than the like 7 videos of the last season. Yeah, let's go on to I don't know. Yeah, glad you like him. And yeah, as well, there's already older ones. There's basically as well, just even though it's going to be super long, it's kind of the updates version, because it's not going into everything. Oh, we didn't touch on the Dark Winter, actually. I realize now with SMGs, but that's kind of fine. We already said what happened to it. I don't know, actually we did, because I compared it to the attack vector, but I think I did so in the main thing, and then it's fine. Let's go with rifles. Okay. And moving on to the rifles, the last 3 were of course on striker. This one is on high end. The rifles would not per se make too much sense on a striker setup. You can definitely use them there, but you would stack kind of with something else, with the AR or something, and then maybe I have them as a secondary for just the last remaining enemies. In your, yeah, we see kind of the list as was. Vindicator with it always being active, kind of quite high. Diamondback being quite high. Merciless, if you get 100% of your shots on target and such, and you were to activate it every every time, kind of high. Now, of course, all of these are contingent on other things. So, for instance, that's why the uptime on Vindicator kind of matters. The uptime on Merciless kind of matters. Kind of as with Chatterbox a second ago, but Chatterbox is 3 stacks. You can kind of make happen, but when, for instance, with the Vindicator, when it's inactive, or the Diamondback is inactive, or the Merciless is kind of just, you're just hitting targets and not making explosions happen because you're kind of maybe missing a few shots in between. They're very low on the burst list. That's kind of why in this category, while the exotics in, for instance, the last 2 categories towards the top were contenders, in here, I would consider the Vindicator kind of a contender, but you need to be hitting those marks quite often. And sometimes you just can't, as well, is the thing. Because it might mark their body, and they might be behind cover. You can shoot their toe and their head, but yeah, those aren't marks, so you're not getting the bonuses there. Then we kind of see actually the M16A2, and this has come up in conversation, and actually just to highlight it here as well. Some people go ask me like, why don't I recommend this weapon? I somewhat do, but the thing is as well, to keep in mind with the M16A2 is that it isn't firing continuously like the rest nowadays. It is still a burst fire. Every time you click, it fires 3, and you have to keep re-clicking to fire 3. That means that, for instance, with the Mark 17, this RPM, as long as we're holding the button down, it is actually just firing at that RPM. With the Mark 16, unless you're macroing it, which I wouldn't recommend doing, because that would be kind of cheating, basically. If you're trying to just hit this, if you are human, if you're not a robot, it's just going to be impossible to always hit this RPM. Now, you lose always a little bit because of that, and that is a little bit lossy. That means that while this is ahead by a little bit, it will likely lose quite a bit in that conversion. And likely even more so because it's a 3-round burst. It feels kind of annoying to kind of use. Because every time that you're firing, it's doing 3 shots. It does take some time to get used to that. You can definitely get used to that and make sure that you kind of are recoil compensating 3 times after a click. But it is much more natural. And also a big difference now with the other rifles like the Mark 16 or any of the other ones that kind of can compete with it, where you're either clicking and holding it down and just continuously doing the recoil compensation. But even in the past, doing a click, when we had to, doing a click and then a recoil compensation, doing a click and then a recoil compensation felt much more natural than it is to click, 3 recoil compensations, and then a click again. That just will take some time to get used to, and yeah, there's a cost to that, basically. So, but I would definitely say that the Mark 16 is a contender, or the M16 is a contender, especially because also its sustain is pretty good, as we'll kind of go into the sustain in a second. My general picks here still Mark 17, a 6 CQB, as we kind of saw. We needed to discuss from the base ones that the CQB, of course, has -1 mod, but it is actually on build. It is higher, even with us flipping a crit chance mod or crit damage mod to crit chance, or a crit damage stat to crit chance. The 6 CQB is still ahead, and that's kind of makes it one of my picks. And then, for instance, the USC handles so much worse than this MDR as well, than the Mark 17 or the 6 CQB, that I would generally just, go with the better, or even if they're around the same level of burst, and then, the handling then matters as well. Although we can see that as well on the sustain end, especially between the MDR and the 6 CQB, that the MDR is also way behind there. So it doesn't matter that, it is, wait, what am I saying? Is it, or is it, no, this is one, right? This is way behind, right? Yeah. Good damn. I keep tripping myself. I'm like, I was looking at like the 2 above him, like, wait, is the MDR? Am I saying something stupid? Because also the reload change just happened. So I was like, wait, did it get such a reload change that it is ahead now? But no. Because the text is kind of small over there. The handling then matters as well. Although we can see that as well on the sustain end, especially between the MDR and the 60QB, that the MDR is also way behind there. So it doesn't matter that yeah, it is. MDR is also way behind there. I'm gonna get it there, and then we're gonna just stitch in from there. Yeah, let's go. And we also see that same thing basically with the USC versus the Mark 17, a little bit higher up there. And that's why, yeah, that's why the Mark 17 and kind of the 6CP kind of are my general picks, and they handle well enough in the other category, or in accuracy, stability, those kind of categories, and reload speed. They kind of work perfectly fine. Although I would definitely now say as well, the M1As, basically all of the M1As, because they have gotten such a faster reload than they used to have, are also all contenders. Especially the classic M1A, in certain situations, I could definitely see picking these, because for ammo conservation purposes, there is likely nothing better than the classic M1A. Now in this season we have Pistolero, but maybe next season if we have the reduced ammo directive, I could definitely see running a classic M1A just to conserve ammo. And now it's less painful with a much better reload. In the rest of the category, we did see actually, of course, some base damage changes. Let's actually, again, do the same thing. F Control F Sadist. We'll just compare them as they are with Sadist. On build, now, of course, with the weapons that we were kind of concerned about, which was the UIC and the Resolute Mark 47 and the Lightweight M4, all of them already had the same amount of mods, so it's not going to be any different of order than what we had in the other list. The UIC definitely, while I want to love it, it's kind of, I would just never recommend this weapon. It is giving up too much in its damage, especially against the Mark 17, that kind of handles pretty decent as well. Not as good, but there is also a point where you're giving up too much for comfort. Now, if you're just going for comfort, if you're just running around and just shooting, and you're not doing something, you know, you're not doing incursion, you're not going raid, although you wouldn't per se take rifles into raid or anything, but you know, you're not doing anything much more complex, and also you're just solo, so you know, you're not bringing anybody else down. That's kind of fine to just go for comfort. You know, we sleep in pajamas, we don't sleep in our suit. We sometimes want to look our best, but sometimes also we just need a little bit of comfort. And there's nothing per se wrong with that. And the UIC would still then be my comfort pick in here, because yeah, it does feel a lot better than it didn't get enough of a buff, as I saw some people already discussing that. It got a buff, so it must be good now. It didn't get a big enough of a buff to its base damage for it to be that big of a contender there. Especially as well, one of the things I was considering it for is just like, yeah, this can do ammo conservation pretty well, so maybe we pick it for that. But the classic M1A kind of does that, and quite a bit better, and with much better burst. Now, of course, sustain-wise, quite a bit worse, but yeah, burst-wise, quite a bit better, because that reload speed on the UIC is also super fast, so it's sustaining pretty well. Then, actually in here, not much else has changed. We can actually kind of just push to the sustain end of things and kind of discuss that. And that is that, especially, yeah, here with Sadist active, we see kind of the order as well. And this kind of why the M16 is a contender, and we should actually kind of highlight it as such. And that is that it is at the top of the list of sustain as well. So weapons that can do that are generally pretty good picks. In this case, though, yeah, you need to get good with it. You need to be firing it close to its RPM for it to actually do this. We see the UIC is the top sustainer in this field, and yeah, not a surprise. It is a slow rate of fire, a pretty big magazine together with a fast reload. That was always going to do well in that end. But yeah, as we kind of talked about, the Mark 17 is for me a much more general pick, because we're pushing up that burst quite a bit and just losing a little bit on that sustain. And even though the Mark 17 is now with the plus 20 round, and then in this case as well with Zvia, this is why this is not just 30 but 34, as the build that we kind of compared it on was with Zvia. This leads to, yeah, that it's a smaller mag. It's the smallest mag of kind of the big mag ones here, but it is still yeah, it is more than enough basically, and it's reload. It's fast enough that it doesn't completely fail in the sustain end. For the rest of this, not much has changed further. The UIC kind of moving up. The Resolute changing up. Doesn't really matter too much. The Resolute handles so much worse that I would pick the UIC over it, basically, to begin with, as long as they're kind of in the same county, which they definitely are. They are close enough that I would kind of pick the UIC over it, just as a general use. Let's maybe, let's move it on to the next one. Especially since I'm losing my voice. How long were those two combined? Hmm. 5 and 5, basically. Okay. Although 430 and 5, because yeah, we're gonna cut off a little bit of one of them. Yeah. Next up is Shodigani, which basically has nothing changed. Should I just do that? And on to shotguns. All right, that's that. I was saying shotgun. I typed shotgun instead of sadist. Should I just say nothing changed and then move on to the next one? Just. Oh, actually, do I not have that in this ones? Oh, okay. I just forgot that in here. Edit. Find and replace. Sadist. Replace with sadist. Active. I forgot to actually do it. Actually forgot to do that to this sheet. Okay. Happy we caught that before. Yeah, let's as we'll briefly go over shotguns, even though nothing changed. In the end as well, there was no even hidden changes or anything to here. But in general, still, the SASG and the Super 90, the general top picks. And this is kind of the poster child as well of we just don't pick on burst because, or just, it's not the only thing that matters. The double barrel shotguns are really high on burst, and this is on a Hunter's Fury build. But yeah, they just have 2 shots, which means that their sustain is especially terrible because of that. And we can kind of, the metric that would really matter for this is actually damage per mag, but the sustain kind of reveals it as well. Here as well, again, we're kind of comparing on the SASG as the top pick here. Let's actually, again, do Control F Sadist. And when we do, of course, the double barrel on the sawed off showing up there. The SASGs here already pretty high. What we can see here, just to discuss that for a little bit, is that Brazen is actually very competitive. We see that actually the SASGs, the SASG and the Super 90 with Sadist are just next door to Brazen versions. It doesn't go as it was with some of the other categories where most of the Sadists are kind of together and then, then kind of the next part starts. No, the Brazens are next to it and then the killers of them and then and then the pummels of them as well. And yeah, that means that these two are definitely quite a bit ahead on the burst, and then they don't have downsides in very much in handling. Like for instance, for the SPUS 12, I would consider that their handling can be quite bad, and because of that, you might not pick it. But both of these handle pretty well. So SASG, Super 90, still the top picks. Sadist, Brazen, Killer, all great picks. Pummel as well. I wouldn't per se, for instance, go with close and personal. You can just extract more than that from Brazen just by itself, basically, and you don't need to get that kill, and also not in the short range per se. So, especially as well, then the Super 90 having like glue as a perfect Brazen here, that makes quite the difference. Shit. Why am I tripping myself up? I'm like, wait, how is Perfect Brazen the same? Perfect Brazen has just a requirement difference. That's 2 minutes. Let's just do that one over again. Let's just do that one over again. I was like, wait, isn't perfect raisin more damage? No, it's not. It's less to get there. Why am I even doubting myself? Take 2. Because it's just going to be easier to just make a fresh one than to stitch it together. Yeah, let's go. And moving on to shotguns, nothing changed. So on to the next one. No, let's actually discuss them for just briefly. Mostly, as do again, highlight the poster child. We've highlighted all of the sadist here by just control Fing sadist. This is the poster child of why we don't just pick on burst. Or, you know, we don't bully burst, but we don't pick our weapon choices just by burst. Sadist. Double barrel shotgun, really high burst, incredibly high, so much higher than what we're comparing it to, which is this SASG, which is kind of the comparison point with Sadist there. This one with Sadist is double. So we picked that one, right? No, because the giveaway here, though, is that the sustain is kind of low, but actually the thing that actually kills it is technically damage per mag. We have to reload way too often. It has just 2 shots, double barrel. Once it's done, it's done. And because of that, we just don't pick it like that. Now, and on the sustain end kind of reveals that to us. What we see here then as well is actually on the shotgun end, if we've highlighted the sadist ones, SASG Super 90 kind of filling up the top. But what we see then is not like the other weapon categories as well, where we had a bunch of sadists, for instance, in the SMGs or in the ARs, we had a bunch of sadists just all following each other up. And then goes to kind of, you know, the killers and stuff like that. No, here we have the sadist SASG and Super 90, and then we have the brazen version of them, and together with that, the perfect, the light blue Super 90. Then the killers, then the brazens of them, again, still the SASG and the Super 90. And then as well, here the brazen, if you it's kind of annoyingly hard because 8 and 6 kind of look the same, but it is 8 stacks, this is 6 stacks, because of course we can have different amounts of brazen. And then pummel even, and then actually is when an ACS starts to show up with sadist. These two are quite a bit ahead when it comes to the rest, and definitely that's why it makes it the general pick. That's also why this is also kind of the picks talent-wise. We can go sadist if we have a good way to trigger it, and even on a shotgun build, Hunter's Fury, for instance, we could go with the Ridgeway again. To trigger sadist with. Brazen, a really good pick. Killer, a really good pick. The way that killer works on shotguns, just to highlight that here, is that actually it isn't that you just have to have because I've seen it being told this way, and this is wrong. It doesn't just need to have a crit in one of the pellets of that shot, because that would basically mean 100% uptime, as long as you're getting the kill. No, those shots are technically happening in order, and whatever shot hit and killed the enemy, technically the pellet, if that was a crit, it will count. So it's still the killer activation rate rules apply, where it is still higher than just the normal amounts, but not significantly. And actually, a little bit, there's actually a quirk there, because it's kind of critting and not critting kind of within the same shot. It is dropping a little bit, but actually, yeah, it's kind of, it's dropping versus a weapon that is just firing 1 per 1 per 1. Although the size of the pellet is still, the crit size of the pellet is still higher, so it is much more likely to kill. But yeah, then as well, yeah, the pummels and such, pretty good choices. And of course, pummel has some utility with the reloading. That's also why we have it double in here with just the damage component of it, and then also having it with the reload. Now for the burst, this doesn't matter, of course, but on the sustain end, removing the reload kind of makes quite a big difference. And then yeah, tool-wise, of course, ACS kind of, it is a tool for stacking for any build that does it per pellet, like Heartbreaker and Striker. So that has its place, but yeah, I would definitely say that things like a 612 and such, generally, I just don't pick anymore, where it used to be actually the general pick. Of note, though, is of course, yeah, we have the M870 and the SPUS 12 being the two highest base damage ones. Generally, I still pick M870s for Headhunter, and that's because you can put more mods on an M870 than you can on a SPUS 12. There is one standout, though, in the SPUS 12 category, especially for headhunting, and that is the Thorn, which is the perfect Brazen, of course. And as we saw, Brazen, a really good pick. And that makes it that one kind of gets salvaged just because of that perfect talent where you just also need to hit 4 pellets. Because the SPUS 12 does actually handle quite a bit worse. The exotics kind of landing... all of the exotics in this category don't have a damage component to their talent, basically. While they do... Well, Scorpio technically has that debuff. Sweet Dreams technically insta-kills. But they don't have it's not a damage talent per se. Now, of course, the Scorpio with that amp active here, as we have it, kind of can compete with a 20% buff. But yeah, just the Scorpio by itself is kind of low, and so is the other exotics there. On the sustain end, we kind of, and this is again also why the SASG and such kind of do matter, is, for instance, here we're kind of have pummels first, because if we kind of remove the reload, of course, from a double barrel shotgun, yeah, it would compete, but good luck getting 3 shots in 2 shots, or 3 kills in 2 shots. Technically possible, because you can actually double kill with 1 shot if the pellets hit 2 different people and kill them both. But yeah, good luck with that. That's also why when we kind of look at the Sadist, when we don't remove the reload from it, then 870 actually sustains pretty well, because it has actually a pretty good reload. So it can be a contender there. The 612 as well, actually looking decent, but then as a magazine reload. But both of them are so much lower on burst that for general use, yeah, we still lean up against the SASG and then basically the Super 90. And here they're a little bit lower on the sustain, but keep in mind as well, here we've only dropped around 15% versus the top sustainer, which is that M870. The M870 definitely also a pick nowadays with how fast it reloads. Yeah, let's move on to the next one. There we go. 6 minutes. That's kind of fine for just updating and just talking about these. Also, what is this still? Okay, this can go. I forgot to delete this. That's an old one. Do any others still have a second tab? No. Okay. I didn't remember either as well if the next one is pistols or or not. Did I miss anything? No. Yeah, let's move it on up right away. And we come to pistols, where not much changed. Only reload speed changes here. There was a both in the PTS and then in the final version, basically a typo, kind of alluding to changes to the harvest. Nothing changed about the harvest, so it's still staying that same, and it is still definitely the top pick when it comes to headhunter setups. Now with our damages here, we're kind of, again, starting with the burst. The Busy Little Bee actually can burst pretty well, especially if you get 10 stacks of it. Although the 10 stacks of this, usually you would apply it to something else. This would be getting 10 stacks, swapping, and then swapping back, which you just wouldn't do. You would just use the other weapon. So this one is more of a theoretical, but also to kind of just show how much you can extract out of a Busy Little Bee. A Busy Little Bee can actually be a very strong tool. And definitely one of those things that I see quite often, people going, oh, they should just open it up to having infinite exotics equipped and such. This would need to be nerfed for that to happen. If we could all just have a Scorpio secondary and a Busy Little Bee, we likely would. And because of that, yeah, this is one of the limitations is just, yeah, this can't be, this has to be coming at a cost, and that is that cost. Liberty here with 30 stacks, although you need to body shot, of course. Here as well, we have that 20% headshot, so just not realistic at all. What we're kind of talking about in the main tables as well is that my general pick, as we have again highlighting the statists here, was the M45A1 or the Tactical 1911. Both of those doing really well on the burst, and then they have decent mods as well. Because, for instance, the M1911 is a little bit behind them, although still you could pick it. But this one is, of course, without any mods on the build, so or any mods on the weapon, so you would need to alter your build a little bit to kind of, if you're maining this. Now, this is again as well on a build that actually is made, a high-end build, the high-end tech tank pistol. And this doesn't have really high crit chances, crit damages, so actually it doesn't hurt too much with this 1911. But this would actually be a little bit worse on, for instance, if you're just using it as a secondary on a striker. Now, of course, as a secondary on a striker, actually, to just, there is an elephant in the room, and that's a TDI card custom. Now, the TDI card custom, we don't use it for its damage. Its damage doesn't matter. It is that it has an extra skill tier, and we can use that to get an extra hive charge out. That is, by itself, making it the pick for just general red builds. The question here is more, what would I pick if for dedicated pistol build that isn't a headhunter, in this case, basically? And yeah, that was kind of the main thing of contention here. But nowadays, I would actually pick the Card 45. The Card 45 has so much better sustain, because we're comparing to that M45/Tactical 1911. Our burst is dropping by a little. Our sustain is so much higher, though. Both of them as well have basically the same weapon handling characteristics. They're basically copies of each other. And then the Card 45 has more rounds as well, and the same optimal. Making it that the Card 45 kind of will generally become my... If I'm using a pistol for purposes of damage, and I don't per se need, or I don't need a TDI card custom, this really only happens on crit-based pistol builds, which don't happen much anyway. But yeah, I have a few now. Or I have one at the very least, together with actually on skill builds, because for instance, for the pick on an Eclipse as the weapon alongside, because you could put, for instance, Future Perfect there and try to like sneak in a kill. I would generally, for that, for instance, pick a Card 45, because you don't need that extra skill tier that the TDI card provides, because you're at 6 skill tiers generally with that. Then yeah, for Headhunter, there is, but that we basically don't sort by DPS. We sort that by just the base damage of the weapon. The Harvest is the general pick. Like nothing comes even close to it. The 586, 686 that it is based on is already the highest based out of the rest of the category. And then the Harvest has another 10% on top. So the Harvest as the Headhunter pick. Anything else we need to per se discuss in here is that, yeah, that none of the other picks I would generally go for. There is a case to be made for the X45s. The X45s have a drop-off that is, most of the other weapons in here, when they drop off their optimal, they actually quite quickly drop to the lowest point. The X45 actually has a much more, it actually drops off to 100 meters. Several weapons have this. You can kind of check it in the game. Things like in the AR category as well, several weapons have it in that way. That means that especially because of the pistol's short optimal range, quite often you'll be just outside of the optimal range. But especially for if you have to take mid-range shots for some reason, then yeah, the X45 could be a contender because of that. But you are dropping a lot in bursts. I would just generally pick this Card 45 and actually be in optimal range, or have the build set up in a way that it is going to be in optimal range, like with that high-end tech tank, rather than try to, extract a little bit more from how the optimal works on the X45 and such. On the sustain end, we kind of have the same story as we kind of said there. Here, the Card 45 is actually, if we're just sorting by sadist, the top one, and we can actually see that even the Card 45 TDI card custom, which of course gives up that 10 DTOC, is quite high up in here. And because the 1911, or well, the Tactical 1911 and M45, which is here, didn't actually get anything to their reload speed, they've dropped off quite a bit. So they're kind of, they're the top burster, but the lowest sustainer. The Card 45 is the second highest burster, but the top sustainer as well. This makes it pretty easy to pick this, especially when the handling is basically the same between them. Talent-wise, of course, Killer being nowadays a much better talent than it used to be, makes for a great pick for pistols if you want to do damage with the pistol. But then, of course, usually the pistol kind of gets relegated to talents to kind of support other weapons, like, for instance, putting Finisher on it, or Future Perfect, or things like that. And yeah, that the discussion there is, of course, a little bit different. If you just want to do the deal damage, killer actually is a standout, of course. If you can get sadist active in some ways, especially as well. A pistol build, for instance, with Ridgeway with a bulwark shield could work actually decently well, and I've messed around with that. Although I prefer intimidate quite a bit. You can extract so much from that chest talent. Yeah, let's move on actually as well to marksman rifles right away. In the marksman rifles, nothing changed here, of course. The weapon-wise, I did actually fix up some minor errors in here. Well, actually, it's not in here. It was in the reload speeds of the base tables, just to highlight that. But for the rest of this didn't get per se touched. And of course, because we're also not highlighting any talents here, I haven't actually changed anything about this, because with the other ones, at least, we've kind of cleaned it up, added in no talents, cleaned up how the talents kind of show. And I will actually likely follow up an MMR video for this about using maybe other talents. And because while Determined is really good, if you don't want to use Determined, what becomes the choice then? I definitely want to deep dive into that. Okay, I'm going to cut it there, and then we're going to go to an outro.
Hostile control point identified.
I'll just put it here. Actually, let's put it here. Self-defender thing open. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second though, before we go do that. Yeah, so it is. Asking questions, I was gonna, yeah, we're recording some stuff, so focus on those. What can I farm exotics at low level? I got this game a week ago, and I'm level 17. So exotics, you don't get much in the form of exotics until you reach endgame. It's going to be very unlikely. It can happen, but it's very rare for an exotic to drop below level 40. So first get to, and although, yeah, it kind of depends if you mean level 17 while leveling or level 17 SHC level 17. If you are at level 40 SHC level 17, then yeah, priority objectives, you can just go and do a bunch of priority objectives pretty easily for some exotics. Because in this screen, whenever it says exotic item here, you can just do that thing. Although, yeah, you will likely need a little bit of a build and stuff. Although there's no difficulty requirement to them. So, well, for instance, Descent, of course, is Descent. But if you have just open world and it just gives an exotic item and, you know, it's a zone, you could even do it on normal and have your world set to normal and make it very, very easy for yourself. But yeah, I'm gonna guess that's 17 while leveling, and yeah, while leveling you shouldn't care too much about gear. It's more about getting to endgame. Do keep an attention, like pay attention to the gear as you're getting it and stuff, but you don't get much in the form of exotics, and you shouldn't basically go like trying to find certain items. That doesn't become a thing until you're level 40 and then, you know, SHD levels. Application, but I got this, what do you call alligator in a vest and investing. Yeah, damn it, Funky. Well, enjoy your vacation, and yeah, thanks for still bringing the puns. You would think you would also take vacations from punning, but I mean that's not work, right? That's you do that for pleasure. But yeah, hope you're enjoying your vacation. You just want to level. Actually, I think Sarah gave the kind of the same answer indeed. Anyway, once you reach endgame, but also keep in mind that in this game, exotics aren't per se just better weapons or better gear. Exotics some are pretty powerful and pretty useful, but it's not like some other games where just exotic is just better than the rest, right? Like that isn't in Division. Quite often we run high-end weapons and we choose to run high-end weapons like just the yellow weapons, which are not exotic. And thus we have come to the end of this video as we've gone through all of these lists. Yeah, a little bit longer than I wanted it to go for, but yeah, it was hopefully worth it and hopefully enjoyable. I did want to reiterate some of the things, even though some might have been double, for those that maybe hadn't seen the other videos, or just to reiterate them, and maybe, you know, even picked up something or maybe even those that are kind of familiar with the older videos picked up something from this one. Having updated all of these, as yeah, I tried to get them updated pretty quickly. Hopefully we won't get too many balance changes, although I would expect at least whenever we get the DLC, that likely that will come with some increase or changes to weapons again. But now that we've changed these a little bit as well, I'll be much better prepared to kind of alter them. And of course as well, it doesn't take too long to alter them. It's just a little bit of tedious work. But I'm happy to have it done and have them updated. They're of course all available. They'll be of course linked in the video description, so you can jump to them and look at them through them on your own leisure. And yeah, we'll go ending off this one. For future videos, actually, we're gonna go into we're gonna actually consider some of the talent picks for Striker, and of course as well, we're leaning towards a special date that until now as well, the last 2 years on the channel has been an auspicious day, as one might call it. As of course, we're gonna go do some April foolishness as well coming up. The next build showcase will be Refactor, and I'm gonna already kind of start working on that, and hopefully have that up pretty early in April. But yeah, next one up, I do actually want to discuss a bunch of talent choices that we can make for Striker, as some have been somewhat forgotten, like Focus. And of course, there's been a lot of debate about the backpack of Striker, and I kind of want to wade into that now, especially as well. We have got some time to kind of let it simmer and such. And I definitely think I have something worthwhile to say in that conversation. So that'll likely be the next one after this one. So yeah, I hope you join me for those. If you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out. So I'll do that little bit of shilling here. And I hope to get you into these future videos. And as always, have a good night. A little rambly, but it's fine. Also, yeah, for those watching live, that's just for the video, as the outro there. Let's see actually how long the thing is, although I'm gonna cut out like 2.5 minutes or something, I think, in total by the end of it, because we had like 2 mess ups. 1 hour 22, so likely 1 hour 20. That's a little bit more than the hour that I wanted to hit, but nah.
Hostile control point nearby.
I don't feel bad about, like, none of that felt egregious or like I should redo it and it'll be better. It's just way too many lists, of course. I was kind of thinking of splitting it up again in like separate videos, but actually I was going through my like video ideas, and I have like way too many. And we're basically doing one every 4 days. So, because even then, there's a bunch of stuff, because there's Striker backpack, build collection updates, oh yeah, actually, I'm going to move this one up because of a conversation I had with someone, and because about DPS being 0 at 0. Also, we need to do media mats, building a toolbox. Oh yeah, call for backup. Actually, this call for backup needs to be moved up. Likely after the Striker one. And then this is even not including the build showcases. Bounty choosing only tips, inventory management, door boundaries. Oh yeah, things and stuff. I haven't done things and stuff in like forever. And then yeah, a few like other ideas. Oh yeah, spec weapon. We still need to finish our investigation in that. Oh yeah, 15 round mags versus 20 round mags. Also still a thing. I still need to make a health gate only tips. Oh yeah, hardcore builds. Wait, I should totally move. Like, hardcore builds would be pretty easy. I could just move that up. MMR talents, and yeah. And then I even didn't read out some of those. It's gonna be a while since they were fully lined up. Time of the okay, it's around 8-ish. Let's maybe do it like this because I need to do anything here. Let's actually at least park this character back at base. Because that video is in the back. I'll edit it together and it'll go up for tomorrow evening. Have to do Wony all over again for an alt. No. Wony is no longer required for Wony. No, and Hater Brandon, thank you so much for the raid there. Much appreciated. Hope you had some fun. And thank you for sending everybody this away. As always, much appreciated. I was about to type out raid. This is what time instead of slash shout out. There we go. Anyhow, much appreciated. Yeah, we had a good stream and anyhow, welcome in raiders. Brilliant. Yeah, what was I about to say? So I'll link to the YouTube there. On the YouTube, I have a video about watch alts. If you just search on my channel for watch alts, maybe I can go find the thing. Let me go find it. Oh. It's like a just direct link. Because yeah, there are methods nowadays of watch alts or for leveling alts that you don't need to Wony anymore at all. Like that's been not the thing to do for quite a while. Yeah, it's here. I'll link to this video. This is the how to do the DZ method, especially. I'll put it in both chats. But also on how to gear up and how to do the DZ method, and also kind of shows as well if you have some people to help you out with the group invaded method. If you're solo, the DZ method is kind of the fastest way, and it's not the real DZ. Like we call it the DZ method. You use the method DZ, but yeah, you're not gonna see anyone. Also, yeah, actually in the background, let me swap accounts. I'm actually gonna go to second account. Let's play an hour of Div 2 or something, and then before we swap over to Div 1. Because on second account, there's season XP going. And that account kind of needs actually some season XP level. So likely I'll just farm out an hour or so of priority objectives and stuff, or maybe do a weekly or something. And then we'll go to Div 1. But yeah, in here kind of both, because also for that method you want to have some gear, and this kind of also lays out how to have some gear for that. So, but that's how we watch alt nowadays. Oh, and Hater Windsor. There's a name trans Kia. It's yeah, just Kia, basically like the car. If that is a product in wherever you are, because I know they're not Kias everywhere, basically, but yeah, the nickname is IKEA basically, and then Kia is actually also my actual name, so. That's what it comes from. Indeed, basically the Apple version of the car brand, indeed. And yeah, definitely when I picked it, I wasn't thinking of SEO and stuff where you'd need to try to make things searchable upon the internet. Because yeah, it's, of course, whenever you type my name in, you're gonna get something else. Unless you put Division 2 next to it. Gonna enjoy, yeah, right. Yeah, that's what they're for. Although, well, yeah, I don't have one for everything, but yeah, there's a lot of subjects we tackle.
Priority objective.
Nowadays as well with the shorts. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I have a list. I'm keeping a list. I'm checking it twice. Which short seems worth doing and is nice. We got there. Let's actually do the Z method. Watch it. Because this is kind of my list of shorts, because I also have been doing a lot of shorts recently, and then also builds. But yeah, let's actually add in the Z method, and also if anybody has some ideas of sometimes of, hey, you should do this, feel free to bring those up. Let's actually see. Why am I running explosive? Oh yeah, I need to get skill kills. Yeah. Do I? Yeah, let's just grind for a bit, right? Even though it's gonna be kind of boring. Tier 4 for 180. So nowadays as well, they fixed up those maintains so that you can just be, you don't need to maintain anymore. It's just be above momentum tier 4. Which made it a lot easier. Because actually, last week we grinded out this, Journey 4. And actually, yeah, Journey 3 and 4 weren't too bad anymore. Because I did get actually this just by playing. Maintain momentum tier 2 for 120 seconds. 10 times or whatever it was. Yeah, 10 times. Because yeah, we need a bunch of skill kills and also a bunch of kills while momentum surge is equipped. This gal doesn't have a normal turn hybrid, does she? Can I make one quickly? Because actually that might be a better choice, and then I could even just stick around on heroic. Because with this explosive build, I'd rather just do it on hard if that. But we need explosive as well, right? No, there's no explosive. No, it's just skills. And then overdrive. Yeah, it's too bad I didn't have a turn hybrid. Because also this combat medic is with repair speed skill, so we can't even alter this one to be. Because I do have this sniper one, but this sniper one doesn't make sense for that, I think. Yeah, let's go with mortars. Let's just grind this out. And then as well, just to go faster, we're just going to drop it too hard. We'll just mindlessly grind. There's Kias everywhere. Well, there's one here too. They have a tactical negative mask and how to get it. On this account, actually we'll see which one that is, but on this account I don't have that much apparel. Kind of depends on which one that exactly is. What was it called? Tactical integrative. So by the T's, I'm guessing. Not on this account. If you could, if you have a image of it or the name of it, maybe putting it in Discord, someone might be able to help you with it. Because maybe later on I'll jump. Although when I jump back to the other account, I'm gonna go div 1. So if I have a civil version, is there an all-purpose one for dual play with friends and then group shepherd when not with them? Wait, what Candace is the other one? If I in small groups, it's sometimes a little bit too much, giving up a little bit too much damage. You could go for especially if it's duos and stuff. There is because I'm guessing you mean just more in general, right? Because the previous question was about Wony watch alting or Wony alting or well watch alts and then That one. But if it's just more for like level end gameplay, I would maybe there's in the build collection. I don't know if you've already found that one. I'll put that here. There's a few combat medics, but you could nowadays also go with refactor. Actually, I could go with refactor for nah. It's of course nighttime. And yeah, we just need number of kills, especially here, which is just gonna eat up some time. But yeah, in the build collection, there's a few combat medics, but you could also, yeah, in small teams. Although in small teams, I would go for the combat medic over the refactor in 4-man teams. That way, you can still have some healing, but you're not just only healing. Because then, when the other guy dies, if they sometimes die, you're kind of, you know. You're kind of shook. And I'm on hard just so this kills everything. Because I need skill kills. I don't really only have the explosive build on this character as like a skill build. And then on some of these, actually, oh no, overdrive is still on cooldown. But on some of these, I'll also hit overdrive. Wait, this doesn't count as on cooldown. That's weird. This initial cooldown.
Incoming hostiles detected. Detected.
All right. As an heroic, it would just, you need basically, for elites and stuff, you need 2 mortar hits and stuff. I could have just kept the challenger around. Now let's go with that actually, now that it's 3. I don't know, something was a Twitch drop, so probably quite unlike this silver to some other mess. Oh yeah, if it's a Twitch drops, they haven't, I don't think any of the Twitch drops have shown up again. Because some of the other things, like if they were in season, like in season reward tracks and stuff, some of that stuff they've actually reran. But none of the Twitch stuff. Actually, I think that was the one of the masks for the. I don't think actually I have that one because that was the one that you had to get. It was for one of the special report ones, I think. Although maybe that's not that one. Because I'm missing like 2 things from Twitch drops or something. Because it was super messy. Right. We just need... I just need 250 kills. Although missions might be a better idea, maybe.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Those, yeah, that one would have to deal with any names. So. Although we could actually bump it up to challenging. I think you can still one tap anything with a mortar on challenging. So let's get some. Oh, actually, what I should do. Yeah, well, why am I not doing that? What I should do is just also. The whole point is I'm also trying to get season levels. Although this is based on. This XP is based on difficulty, right? Open world difficulty, but not for the missions, right? Yeah, it's fine. Oh, it's less fine. Supply drop, the least doable one. Looking for a Coyote F5 since maybe it doesn't have or have to. Oh, the Redify, you mean? Yeah, the Redify can be pretty good. Thing is, though, that its buffing is really, like, it really stands out in Countdown and stuff, where it's buffing 7 people. Especially for duos and stuff. Like, when you're just buffing one other person,
Safe
it wouldn't
area
be that
detected.
great. Because I used to actually shepherd quite a bit with the combat medic. Because then as well, you're doing, like, by yourself, less damage, which, you know, lets the other dude do some stuff. Because if you just jump in with an eclipse or something, you're just going to melt everything right away. And then you also have tools to keep them alive by healing and stuff. So that was my go-to with that. But Redify can kind of... Because Redify will also heal enough. For, like, shepherding. We can claim a lot of them. Sorry, what do you mean? Oh, just yeah, but this doesn't give me anything. Like, the thing is, I'm just keeping these all until I just do hit claim all at some point. I've hit claim all up to then, but if I hit claim all now, I just get all these caches and I have to deal with all this junk. I'd rather just get to the end and then hit claim all.
Supply drop detected.
Because those don't give like the thing I'm after here is just the season level stuff for this account. Because I've already finished the season on main account. I have like level 80 or something on or third account, and then this account is kind of behind. Did I do the scouts actually? I'm not sure if I think I did the scout yesterday. Yeah, because this also gave quite a bit. If I'd actually known from the start that there was going to be... Oh, that's the mortar. That was this. If I'd known from the start actually that there was going to be a season XP thing, I would have kept the scouts on this account till now.
System
Because I usually
reactivated.
did the scouts with them. Which shows me. Just have something. Cancel damage, carry, and heal. Yeah. Oh, then yeah, the combat medics, like, I would say those more so.
Found him over here.
Because then you keep a lot more damage for yourself. If you just search for medic in there, Control F medic, there's several of them. And then the striker one especially. It's also in the recommended list. Because those are actually recommended builds as well. Oh, it's this. I'm forgetting what we're doing. One of the interesting things, at least for mortars with supply drop, is also for when you're reviving and stuff.
Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Yeah, they're open now. Wait, which one's still not open? You can, while you're opening, I can still, like normally, of course. Oh,
It's critical.
everyone's completion.
Hostiles detected.
Head wants in.
Ah, wait, was I damaged already with explosion? When? I have demo, so one explosion doesn't kill me. But that was on cooldown. Should just kill them. They're hard enemies. I should just shot them. But yeah, while you're opening, you can actually still fire a mortar or reviving and stuff like that. Which that'd be the only one that was on the map. Because yeah, we need a supply to drop. It's also why I keep New York kind of green.
Safe area entered. Detecting
Yeah, let me show you
hostile contacts.
throw it on the build collection.
Hostiles.
Yeah, the striker one, but there's also two striker ones. I would say go for this one, this 2.09. Because this can do its own damage quite well, and then has healing on top. And I kind of like this in like for exactly kind of that kind of playstyle. Because while the Redify buff is kind of nice, it's more nice like the more people there are, the better for that. This one then doesn't buff, but it does its own damage, and it's a lot more damage. So, but yeah, that's 2.09 on the collection. Oh, that one is well, Redify is also pretty hard to get together. So, although no, that one actually isn't that hard. You need crit damage because yeah, actually Redify is much harder because you have to get F5 pieces with crit chance or crit damage. That one requires striker pieces with crit chance or crit damage, which overall is easier to get. But also for this season, yeah, you could go refactor if you prefer. But then you're like turret drone build, basically. That also heals others, but does a lot less
Entering safe area.
personal damage and such. Yeah, let's just have Nut Day. Is anyone anywhere closer to something? No. And there's a reason to keep New York on most of my characters is basically I keep it. Although, well, this one, you know, is not mostly green, but a little green. And then I come to New York if it's supply drops or hostage rescue. I know we should have easily gotten that other one, but I was being a dumbass. The goal is to get skill kills, so I was like, I wanted to be a skill kill, but then I got murdered.
Let's see what you got. I've been waiting to use this. Fuck!
Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, she survived it? Oh, likely I missed.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
That one for there. Nice of this guy to make himself stationary. Because most of the time this isn't useful, but sometimes it's actually handy when you're like reviving, leaving it to the mortar player. Like, not that there is that many mortar players around. The 2 times a year that happens.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Immediate medical assistance needed.
That's kind of sucks. What? Oh, I pressed X by accident.
Hostiles are opening a supply drop.
Also, the hostiles do get the supply drop, so it doesn't percent matter. It's just
Incoming
completion
hostiles
kind of
detected.
is contingent on having opened at least one box. We should just add turret drone. We just maybe put a turret drone on this thing, even though it's an explosive
Hostiles
build.
are opening a supply drop.
Oh fuck!
Supply drop clear. claimed.
Damn! I gotta reload!
Supply drop detected.
And one of the things that also takes forever is getting kills while overdrive is on cooldown. Oh, yeah, this is kind of the worst one to get.
All crates are now empty.
Supply crates.
Supplies dropped successfully.
Actually, so yeah. So wait, how much does this say? Let's actually double check this, right? The world difficulty applies to these, right? So 694. Oh, actually not. Let's not do it here because this will reset New York. Let's go back to DC. We'll reset DC. I think I'm getting used to. But then also you have other tools, right? Grenade launcher and sticky or was actually as well here. I should have just been a sticky,
Safe area detected.
just so I could direct targets.
Supply drop successful.
But more therefore, you know, if I'm doing like territory controls or something, like, it's pretty good. Yeah, so
Agent, priority objective
I know
available.
can be on the screen and does it change? Well, okay. So, and then actually let's, right, so Lincoln, because I believe if I do this on normal, so on heroic, I would just also get the priority objective from this thing. Shooting up is always the hardest one. Actually, yeah,
Serious trauma.
slightly the faster one. It's murder me.
Agent killed.
I'm not in the mission. Should have. I was hoping to enter the mission. This was like 2 steps further, and then would have reset me right there. But let's just do it like this. Actually, you know what? Let's just do the mission on heroic. Now I'll get these skill kills later. Let's go grab a tech tank. Because if I do the mission on heroic, I also get like the 400 something from just completing it, right? Because even if I just do this on normal, so if I set this to normal, although I should maybe check if that's the case. Do I still get, I think I still get this amount, right, from here. Oh no, this dropped. Wait. Or did they fix this? Because I'm pretty sure in the last season it worked. Oh, hey. Interesting. Okay. That settles it. But then I'll get the skill kills later. We already have like 64.
Black Tusk has taken over the memorial to control
What am I
access to
there?
the bridge. Get them out of there.
Oh, Black Tusk. And the directives don't change anything for season XP, so big 0 effects
Immediate medical assistance
about
needed.
my SHG level. So
Helicopter approaching.
Get yourself ready, Agent.
because in here, fragile plus blind or fog of war would be fine.
In the fuck?
Oh yeah, now especially when there's a big wave, I should trigger overdrive because we can still get that.
Going in!
Overdrive kills. Yeah, likely in the next room. First 2 waves, because then we have the chopper, right? Yeah, so we'll likely fall away by the time the chopper releases.
Enemy sighted! If it moves, shoot it!
Especially stuff like the kill
I'll
room
take the
would
gun.
be.
Get him off our flank!
Oh, I'm not off cooldown. Oh.
On my way!
There's bound to be more of them. Circle around to the flank.
Yeah, let's see what it does. I know that prevents momentum decay, just happens by itself almost. No, it's better. So. It's mostly like, yeah, it doesn't need to have line of sight basically to the enemy it hits, but they've already kind of changed that quite a bit. It's also been better, become better, like Project Resolve a lot with that.
They took him out!
As it used to be much worse. Although grenades are still sometimes finicky.
Neutralizing target!
But it's still, yeah, sometimes where you go like, that should have hit that guy too, and it just doesn't. Yeah, let's save the overdrive for next room. Because there's not enough kills here.
There are more targets past the gate.
Must just be rogues. Oh yeah, let's hit overdrive on these guys.
Cover me! Let's do this!
Although it's not gonna be the kills while getting overdrive, that's gonna likely be the harder part. It's gonna be the kills while overdrive's on cooldown.
I'm sending out the drone!
You stop tickling me. Oh, look at this other guy get out.
Man down over here!
Is that mini tank? Where's the medic then? Oh. Going back from Div 2 shooting to Div 1 shooting is it's like you've been wearing weights. Okay, there's a war hand. Not bad. Did you come out? Also check actually what my modifiers are set up as. Because I'm gonna guess. Although I don't have microwave cores and stuff yet, so
No more contacts.
Good.
can't run that.
Head in and secure the underground.
Those do feel really good with Tech Tank. Yeah. So I only have. Maybe let's try to get some of this critical recovery then. Because nothing else here would even trigger. I'm not sure it's turned out to be a better idea to have the passives be behind the journey. I feel it was much easier actually if there was just the priorities. Although for the frenzy that they're kind of using, because otherwise, yeah, you could have all the passives.
In my sight! Drone! We lost a man! Target's almost gone! I can't look! Target coming up the side. I'm taking you down.
You and what army? You and what army? You are not U.S. Army. Okay. Well, a little bit. Both that and stingers and stuff. They definitely fiddled with like a line of sight used to be like sometimes it would just get blocked by uneven terrain or anything like that. Same for grenades and stuff. It's not completely fixed, but it's definitely a lot better than it used to be. Mortars are definitely very usable. Honestly, the thing that holds them back the most is the screen shake. Like, just quite often, even for places where I'm like, yeah, this could completely destroy some waves. You're like, I don't want to give these people screen shake. Yeah, no worries, Brandon. Yeah, thanks again for the raid earlier. And yeah, hope you have some fun at work. I invaded. That's great. I do like their priority objectives. I think they're pretty good for just a lot of those players that just play solo. Like if I mostly just played solo, I would just run those the whole time, I feel. Because, well, here as well, we're getting some season XP out of it, but even without that, like just you get an you know,
System
you get an exotic.
system restored.
That hurts.
Vital signs critical.
Yeah.
Mag here. I'll cover you.
Too many frenzied enemies. And frenzied enemies do actually hurt. I do wish there was another way to deal with frenzied enemies. Although, well, now that they've kind of removed it from... Now that they've removed it at least from the Marauders and stuff.
I got him.
It's not per se needed, but... You just killed that dude. Could you left him dead?
Get him off our flank.
Watch there. Not hit the knee pad weak point there. Or the thigh. Because I feel like maybe if you disrupted them or something, it should maybe Guardian style.
Lost one of our guys.
Oh, I should have triggered overdrive. That would have been the room to do it. Although this room also has a bunch of spots. I wonder how many times I've done Lincoln. Especially back in the day, Lincoln used to be... Like, Lincoln was the countdown of year one. Is, I think, the best way to describe it. This mission, it has a bunch of named enemies.
Stay down.
And because of that, like back in the day, especially once Targeted kind of came out, it was just like, and it's also, yeah, pretty short, a lot of enemies, and guaranteed 4 names for, you know, for Targeted. It was just, would quite often log in and check what Targeted was on Lincoln, and then go grind some Lincolns.
Take cover. Burn.
Now, of course, yeah, that's gameplay. But honestly, I think if Lincoln has the right Targeted, it's still more worthwhile. You get about the same loot, likely, in a per hour. Ah, no, you get less, but you get so much more XP, especially if you're doing it 5 directive. You get about like 2/3 of the loot, but like 10 times the XP. But yeah, you can't set your own target, which... And yeah, it would be in a group setting, not per se.
But still no sign of the commanders.
Not per se solo.
Find them and neutralize them.
I have found him. Let's start neutralizing them.
Engaging targets. Stand down. Forward.
Nah. Onward and upward.
This was the last place they could hide.
Man, this
Time to get topside.
kind of been, yeah. I know Heartbreaker tech things pretty well, and then especially with on main account and on third account where I have the journey done with microwave coils and rogue. No, Reaper scan. This thing is always at tier 5, basically. Definitely not the case without them, with just kinetic, but still enough there. Also, I should actually... I'll claim it likely all when we reach that. What's that there? Should I make sure to favorite the glove? Yeah. They like Exodus quite a bit. I think it's the item of the season, basically. Stronghold Long. This is gonna be title, right? Like either title or Manning. It's just too long, though. This is also medium. Was this medium too? Oh, the Jefferson trade. I think we're gonna do a Jefferson trade. Actually, what is the other reward of it? Is it resources? Yeah. 283 steel is also not too bad. Although, meh, that's... You can watch point that. But for players that don't have watch point, there's also... And you have some cheese and some cheese and some grapes. I should actually indulge. All right, what's it? So I got 518 here. I got how much here? Yeah, here. Get a further 900 here, so level and a half ish.
Last radio contact with Espinosa
like
came from a parking garage close to the shade.
12 minutes, 11 minutes. How long is this thing? We'll see at the end. Elijah, for this, especially for like a mission like this, which isn't that hard. I would rather be a striker tech tank, but this account, on this account, I only have the strike or the hot rod. The striker kind of.
Hostile radio.
With this one, I
intercepted.
do need to like do the ACS thing and stuff,
Intruders at the east entrance.
Then kill
which isn't
them.
hard or
What the
anything, but
fuck?
just
It's a division.
it's extra
So?
shit you have to do.
Fucking kill them.
Especially I like the striker
Look
one
for a
now
way down
with
to the garage
Chameleon.
and see if you can pick up Espinosa's trail.
Those two
Can't
mesh
stay for
really well.
mess.
And the Chameleon is actually competitive. If on a build that is, yeah, that lives like in these ranges.
Someone's moving up.
Get away!
Oh, it is counting them twice. Okay, nice. So yeah, they also fixed that in the last patch. There was a issue, or well, in the before this patch, you had like on Journey 4 you had kill blacklisted enemies, and then on Journey 5 you had it as well. And it would first go into Journey 4 until that's filled up. Although honestly, that like makes kind of sense. But yeah, now it just counts for both of them. So I specifically kind of didn't go too much for blacklisted enemies, although I also didn't have the option. Although in a group setting, for instance, if we had somebody running a spotter drone and like them blacklisting everybody for us, that would like sped down. Well, there as well, I could matchmake for these and just go a lot faster. But I don't mind actually running a few solo missions. It's been a while.
Shade agent credentials authenticated.
There should be a terminal that'll let you reactivate the node.
Authorization granted. Please stand by. Intelligent system analytic computer reactivated. All Isaac subsystems operational.
That was the last
But
step
what
to getting
about
Isaac
Anna?
fully restored locally. But we have a ways to go before we can celebrate. And a missing agent to locate. Continue your sweep of the complex.
A missing agent to locate, you say,
Hostile radio
Kelso?
intercepted.
How
Hello?
weird.
Is this the division? Looking for someone?
It's Groundhog's
Who is
Day,
this?
but with a
How are you
different
on this
agent.
channel?
Friend of yours gave me a real nice wristwatch. He's right here. Want to talk to him? If you want him back, we can make a deal. You back off, we'll deliver him unharmed. Mostly.
They'll keep him alive. They aren't stupid. Just find that hyena piece
They
of
are
shit and
stupid. They're
waste her.
heinous. That's a lot of blacklist. Well, actually, yeah, these guys aren't hitting as hard, but yeah, this is because we're on. Oh no, we're on Journey 5, right? I need to complete Journey 5. No, I need to complete Journey 5 for the final one, right? For the final strength frenzy. 'Cause these guys are definitely not hitting as hard as. Oh, really exploded. Who went all the way back here? What? Why are you back there? Yeah. We'll definitely get the key chests along the way. I'm sure this again is now also level 61 on the season. It's going pretty fast with the double.
You ever been? Watch the movement!
If you don't mind getting a little bit damaged, we need to... Well, we don't need to, but that's one of the ones I left on the other journey was... actually, it is counting pretty well there. I went from like 10 to 13 in like 2 fights. The restore 10k or 100k through whatever that thing is called. Do I save it for the boss fight or do I use it here? Let's use it here. On the first wave. Overdrive.
So you want him back? You can have him.
Agent vital signs.
I wonder now
0.
if we actually have
didn't have
the
to die
plus
here.
20 movement speed, if we can actually reach all the way under Espinosa and actually try to catch him or something. I feel I could have actually reached pretty close to... Not sure I'm making a good choice here, but we'll figure it out as we go. So I'm leaving something alive behind me, which is dangerous. Oh yeah, there would still be ways to kind of... But a lot of these, although none of them are really worth it, but for instance, even with that like reactive armor thing, which is dependent on crits, one of the things I could do is actually let like an enemy damage me. Similar to like how it's done at the range, where it's there you just damage yourself. And just let the enemy damage me and then like shoot them with a... With like a gray weapon or something. Because it would have the same crit chance still. You would just be hitting for basically nothing. And if you have a character slot, getting gray weapons is not too hard. Let's go for the quick kill here. So the smart way to do this fight is to kill the boss first. So even in group settings, what we usually do is one person pushes up on this end. Ends her. And then like the rest kind of guards that side, so. But even solo, like I prefer doing it like this. This is especially about leaving that sniper just behind you and just kind of continuously damaging you. One of the things also that I still want to check, I'm not sure if it works that way or not. But if... Although I don't, I'm gonna guess it's not. It's not the right moment. Actually, I kind of... If armor plates and stuff regen, which I kind of guess no. But like on a heavy, if you damage like his chest... Because there actually, I put a lot of shots in him, and his right arm kind of broke almost instantly. Yeah. Even though most of the shots into that would have been much earlier, so...
Look, there was nothing you could have done for Espinosa. That fucking hyena was toying with us. I hope she suffered a bit before you finished her off. Anyway, thanks to you, we're an important step closer to getting the Shade Network back to full strength. You did good. I'll see you around.
Let's see if we get one more good quick thing. What mission is going to be this long that it gets this? I mean, we have a decline, right? We have that still available. Space admin. Is it invaded? No, that was last week, right? It's this. Space admin is a long mission, though. Actually, how long was this one? Yeah, 10 minutes. Because the space admin is like 14 minutes at least, right? Let's go do it anyway. Because there's a lot of waiting in this one. Also, I like that they made the picture this. Because yeah, I don't know if... Because I've never seen it. These things, this wall. This looks like a wall, right? Kind of when you're looking from a distance. But no, it's actually a ton of small steel plates and they actually move in the wind. Which kind of looks pretty cool. And then one of the weird things is as well, if you get your, because the like the animation that they have, it kind of like rolls that way. If you stick your camera in it, sometimes it like catches and it like glides with it, like it did there. It's rare. It's yeah, I got lucky they're getting it. No. Right there. But yeah, it just suddenly moves your camera because it just like has an animation to it that like pushes actually. Want to get in division, but I'm not sure if it's worth it. Well, the thing is, you're not gonna get an unbiased answer from me. I've played thousands upon thousands of hours of this game. It would be weird if although apparently some other people don't think it's weird, but because they do play games for thousands of hours and then go, it sucks. But yeah, generally, if I'm gonna play anything for a decent amount of time, I would think I'm enjoying it. And yeah, both, well, I'm guessing you mean Division 2 specifically. That's what we're on. But even Division 1 actually is kind of having a resurgence at the time being because there's global events and stuff that has been reactivated on it. But if you, especially if you've been away from for a while, there's likely a bunch of stuff that'll be new to you. For those of us that are like kind of, you know, sticking around the whole time, there hasn't been too much new stuff. There's just, you know, a gear set every season and stuff. Nothing too fast. Especially if you've been away for a few seasons, like Countdown might be new to you. Descent might be new to you. Stuff like that. And if nothing else, if you already own the game, it's pretty easy to just jump, you know, just give it a download, jump back in, see if you like it. Especially if you, for instance, in the past had technical issues, the game is kind of in one of the best states, technical-wise, that it's been in a while. There isn't much crashing the game. Countdown still has one major issue, but that one is also like not every run. But everything else, like, yeah, it's not the crashing every 2 hours that Season 9 kind of. Although even that's kind of exaggerated. It was not that bad, but crashes were just frequent and everybody got them back then. So much updates. Yeah, there's actually a DLC on the horizon. It was planned for this season. It got delayed. Kind of sucks, and people are kind of rightly pissed off about it. So am I. I would have loved to have had it. But yeah, they have postponed it. It's still on the block. They haven't given a new date. Likely because they don't want to delay it again. They want to be sure to get this one right. And that's a full like expansion, but even without that, there have been seasons, although some of them lasting longer than, you know, the in real world seasons. It's 3 months. Some of the seasons in Divisions have been 4 or 5 months sometimes. Which has added a bunch of new gear, a bunch of new weapons, exotics, even a few missions, although reworks of missions, the legacy or the climax missions, basically the end of a season manhunt mission. So, and some of those are actually well received. So for instance, last season we got new end of a season mission which had a special difficulty which was called master difficulty, and from now on out as well every season will have that. But yeah, there's it's basically now we're kind of in kind of a filler season. Is the honest way to say it. But that's also kind of okay. Like, hopefully they'll get the DLC out in this year, and that would help quite a lot. But even in the filler seasons, yeah, there's like new gear, new exotics, new stuff to play with. And then towards the end of the season as well, we'll get another climax mission, which is the end of the manhunt mission. Yeah. Also, it's not too hard usually to get back in there. And there is, of course, yeah, a lot of places if you need some advice or such that's pretty easy to get. You know. Feel free to like ask any questions here, but also a bunch of other streamers are never. Well, maybe some aren't of questions, but most streamers are kind of okay with just, you know, if you have a question, if you don't understand a certain thing. One thing I'll do in a sec as well, I'll link to the recommended build list, which is, as it kind of says, a list of recommended builds, and they're kind of recommended by me. And kind of if you don't know where to start, you can always just try getting one of those builds together, and kind of once you have a good build together, that makes it, you know, you can go for other builds with that one. The last one. And I'm just doing the comfort way here of just clearing everything out and then doing a button and then clearing everything out. I'd rather just get to completion.
Eyes on your flank. You're exposed.
Oh yeah, actually that guy yelling "you're exposed" reminds me, next week we'll have SHD Exposed. And actually for SHD Exposed I need to do... Oh, wait, did I not do that one yet?
Oh, you like that?
Or did I just do it halfway or something? Remember I said I'll do the smart thing and do it one by one?
You want to see what I can do?
Yeah, I need to deal with this.
They're coming up. Don't stand there.
Likely there any progress made will be kept.
Bring it down.
No grenade. No. Or shoot yourself, sure. That doesn't happen often. Usually, because he went for the... That was just some lag on the server, because he went for the punching animation, because that's what he will do when you get too close to him.
So far, so good.
But
now we just gotta find a transmitter to boost the signal.
then also he fired, like the server decided he fired the grenade, so both things happened. But yeah, if he wants to blow himself up, I'm fine with that. And especially with tech tanks against heavies like that, unless you're like really gonna rush into a position where you're gonna get destroyed by other people. Usually when there is a True Sons heavy, I'm just gonna rush him down and get into such close range that they'll go for melee, because the grenades are the dangerous things. So instead, I'd rather take a punch to the face rather than grenade to the shield. Are you going to uniform search? So, oh, you mean to be live streaming? Because yeah, I'm hoping to live for quite a few years. Thank you very much. But likely I'm gonna actually finish off this mission, and yeah, so kind of talking about their Division 1 having kind of a resurgence. I'm gonna actually swap over to Division 1 for the rest of the evening. But if you're looking for people to play with or such, yeah, there's always people around. Especially if you like are interested, you could check the Reddit Discord, the unofficial Division 2 Discord. If you go to the Division 2 Reddit, there's like a link to it there, the official one. They have like voice channels there and stuff, and there's always people LFGing and like you could see. Although as well, starting out, like for instance, going for, because Countdown is a game mode, you can match make for Countdown, and with Countdown you can set your own target
Be able to
loot.
extract the radio once it's docked.
And you could use that, for instance, to already start farming away at a build.
I'm gonna end. Mobilizing.
It's interesting, yeah, this week I mostly played Div 1. In Div 1, actually, movement was in Div 2 as well. Like, movement actually can be a way to throw off the enemies. But it's much more so in Div 1. I've gotten actually a lot used to just being a fast mover and, like, barely anything hits you, but you don't get away that much with it in Div 2 here. Countdown is a big skyscraper? No, that was Summit. Countdown is an 8-man game mode. It's centered around a map of a nuclear power plant. And it's quite popular, and you can just matchmake for challenging countdowns especially. But there's also heroic countdowns, but those really require at least part of the team to be decently geared. But challenging countdowns are quite popular. And you can just do it from the matchmake menu. But those are also like 8-man game modes, so in those as well, you're not like 1/4 of the team, you're 1/8. So usually you'll just get carried even if you're not well geared yet, or you don't really know what you're doing, you'll just get carried. I shouldn't have given that health gate away for free.
Should have stayed out of this, agent.
That could have been dangerous there. And the big skyscraper thing is Summit, which also kind of had that same mechanic of setting your own target loot. Countdown has the same. So Countdown is this one. And in here as well, in the same way of Summit, you can actually select your own targeted loot. So if you're like, I would like strikers, you can just select strikers. So leave it on ARs.
They're coming from the side. Watch out!
Let's get some stacks. You know what? Today I feel I'm doing good on stacking up. Sometimes I'm extra bad at it. Although yeah, I say that and now I'm like half stacked plus. I should actually stack up all the way just so I have as many stacks when the boss spawns.
Going to set up a turret. Short burst. How's that feel?
Once kill the owner of that turret, it's gonna shoot at its old allies.
We've got enemies flanking us. We've lost one. Shoot. You like that?
Oh, that's that guy's turret. Okay. I'm like, why is that thing still shooting me? But it's because I haven't actually killed its owner. Does this actually count as a blacklist enemy? Looks like actually.
Target's here!
No, don't run away. Just let me kill you.
All right, this will extract the transmitter from the module and connect it to the rest of the facility. Then we can link up with the division satellites.
Then let's run the boss fight here. We'll go get the key chest upstairs. And then we'll swap over to some Div 1. Still need to, yeah, in there, get
Agent,
some
you all right? Sounds like you've got company.
HVTs. Still have 2 HVTs on 2 character, or well, 2 weekly HVT lists on 2 characters. It's likely we'll get an HVT list in. Although maybe we'll just start off old-fashionedly with a name run. That turret was gonna self-deconstruct, but it had blacklist, so I was gonna destroy it. Saw that guy sneaking. Medic, no medicing. Yeah, let's get our loots. That's a lot of max stats. Oh yeah, as often happens with max stats, they need to be the right max
Satellite
stats. So
network is back online.
nothing
Send a
of that
few to secure the
survives.
transmitter for safekeeping. Good work,
It's
Agent.
610 from the mission and a further 1100 from the priority.
Priority objective
available.
Most likely we'll grind that a little bit more tomorrow and then also Monday with the double XP, and then the rest will just happen with SHU requisitions and scouts and stuff. Because we have like still have 7 weeks of scouts. Or is it 6? I think 7, right? 7 weeks of scouts. Yeah, including 5. So 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. That makes sense. Each of those is 2 levels. That's already 28 levels. And then 3 SHD things per week as well, actually. So that's 5 per week. Just kind of half passively. Also, get cleaned up here. I think I do need to also if we get some of the journey in here, because each of these journey steps, I should have used overdrive so much more than I did. Each of these journey parts is 600. And then also if I complete this is a 5 caves worth, so 5 levels worth. But it's also in here, so these overdrives are doable. This one is pretty doable. This blacklist is pretty doable. This is just overdrive as well, so that's very doable. I haven't gotten one of these yet. Later on, these will be much more doable with the... What else was that? If I skip that one even, so I just need... Because I've already this one, so I need just 5 more. I mean, whatever one isn't done by the time the rest is done, right? Likely this one, because this one will take a while. What do we get on this one? Oh yeah, Vendetta, and then, oh yeah, this one becomes with the Vendetta thing. Having to do that actually out in the open world is going to be interesting. But for now, let's actually, yeah, let's jump. Oh, I should then clean up, but that's fine. I'll do that later. Thought I'd cleaned up already, but. Then also swap accounts in the background to main accounts where division exists. Or division 1. Yeah, and while this is also changing, I should change the category. It's loading back up. Edit stream info. It's weird on Twitch. Sometimes if I type div space 1, it finds division 1. But sometimes it doesn't. Otherwise, it doesn't have the 1 in it, right? In the name. Because usually that's how I find div 2, is just div space 2. Leads there. And now we're in the right scene, yeah. Yeah, let's maybe do a named run to start with. Sounds like a good warm-up. Trying to remember. I've done 2 HVTs. I think character 1 and 2. I've done these 2. So 3 and 4. But I think maybe I want to run this just so I can run Hunter's Fate, get a bunch of marksman kills in. Although we need, oh yeah, actually let's go with this. Because I need some pistol kills and this character has a pistol though. Not either bad. Do I use HDR and Lift? No. Neither, like my monitors aren't HDR capable. Also, unless you do things, it will.
Readings indicate
Like,
this area
you need
is
extra
safe.
settings in place. Otherwise, it will look washed out. Actually, oh, I haven't. Oh yeah, on this character as well. I haven't done the weekly or the daily. I mean, should remember where that went. 10 LME. That's gonna happen within a named run. Oh yeah, the 3 contaminated items extracted. Saturday evening might be busy. Easy. We'll see if we get that done. Although just getting in and getting an extraction out might be doable. Although, well, I see like a ton of landmarks are hit and stuff, so there are people in here. Yeah, let's go do then a named run because then yeah, we'll get 10 LMB along the way as well. Oh yeah, I want to run the this Sentry Skull. Although this one needs electronics DTE mods. Or I need a few electronic DTE mods for this. For it to be the
Now
final
leaving the
version.
safe area.
What was that? Get off our turf! Wake up! Ain't much of a challenge!
As I could see this thing actually being pretty good in
Don't let up!
just for some group play.
No closer! You ain't got a chance! Hey, no weakness!
It's because the Sentry debuff being group wide. Just gonna kill these names also for their GE credits. Although actually I should check it that could be like empty. Unlikely emptied out last night. Oh yeah, so just have 1600 out of 10k. Nowhere near full. It's versus, yeah, not really pop, not sure how to explain it, but screenshot look weird. There, yeah, they'll look washed out. The thing is that I don't know for screenshots how that would work, but for instance, for people that stream that way, there is like
Did that come from over there?
what do you call them? Plugins that you can add to whatever streaming software you're using that kind of like turns HDR video feeds back into normal colors, basically. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, it'll look like super washed out and stuff. So I'm guessing you're seeing that. That's just because of the HDR, like on the monitor, it like that's actually the image that is being sent to the monitor. But then the magic like happens on the monitor side, kind of, as well. Oh, that's true.
If you hadn't showed up, things might have gone very different.
But then when you just take a screenshot and then view that, then yeah, it doesn't do the magic. There is likely, well, I'm willing to bet if you just Google, you know, turn HDR screenshot into normal screenshot or something like that, there's likely some website that has a built-in that like shows you two ads and then. But I'm not, yeah, not super familiar with it. I've just seen it pop up here and there for people that stream.
Need a moment to refuel. Keep you focused.
Can I pick this up?
Let's take care of business.
That's kind of like a... It's kind of like a bulwark pistol build. And the reason I wanted to run this is I still have a few commendations in here. Because one of them is marksman rifles. Well, another 550 plus of here, and then another 177 pistol kills. Which isn't that much, so should just run this build for a little bit today till we get that. So likely do this and then
All about risk and reward.
do another HVT,
Man, nothing good.
doing 3 out of 4. Also should have a peek at. There was a setup I've kind of had in mind for this character that I want to mess around with. But I still think I just need to set it up with weapons and such. Or did I actually do that somewhere? Oh, actually no, I grabbed some weapons for it. Okay. Because this guy now has the 9k stamina striker, a Deadeye. Actually, I could use a Deadeye as well for some marksman kills. And they have the Nomad from the other character, or used to be the other characters, and then this one, and then... And here I'm trying to do like a combat medic kind of thing. High electronics, high firearms, no stamina. And then with Reclaimer, just so you get the bonuses for Reclaimer for the size and stuff. Also the healing speed and stuff. Oh, and also the multi, that is the multi one. Just so it can revive and heal. And you know, status effect protect and stuff like that. I think that could be actually cool for even like bounty stuff. There's places where you don't need a full Reclaimer in the same way that there's a lot of places where you don't need a full FI. And as well, the build itself could do. Because then most of the stats and stuff are all towards, like all of the stats on the gear are mostly enemy armor damage, damage to elites and stuff like that. And then that's a decent amount of firearms. And even in that one, if any electronics DTE show up, I might likely load it up on that. For now, I think it has like skill power. What are these mats? Electronic skill power.
I'm ready to mess this shit
Wasn't enough damage there.
More pressure. They're killing us. You have to die. Nobody gets away.
Also, yeah, Deadeye, I've been trying to kind of mess around with it, but not having any auto zoom in scopes. Just having that double, like having to ADS and then press the button to zoom. Just kind of messes me up with that thing. Even though I want to like it. But I just end up kind of annoying myself by struggling the
You
whole
are now
time of
entering
trying
a
to
safe area.
actually do it right.
Warning. You are now leaving the safe area.
And yeah, route we have done many a time in our lives. But actually for this, we'll have a flashbang as my skill actually. In a group setting, I would be like better off being the pulse, because I do have high electronics or higher. But for this, I should just have a flashbang that just keeps everybody bunched up, and I don't have to go chase everybody. But yeah, too lazy to change. Also, it's on cooldown, so. Ooh, feeling the lack of sleep last night, I feel. I get up decently early to just do a few work stuffs. But I'm already also happy this weekend I don't have to. I don't actually have to work on the weekend. Oh, I still have to, but not on, like, not at the venue, so.
Gotta be something better than this. Gonna watch you bleed. What was that?
Also, on this one, I always have the option if like this shield doesn't last good enough. Because there's two other shields, both of which have more health than this one, but then this one gives a little bit more damage. Because I still need to like check at some point if that damage is what I want it to be, which is just a damage boost. Or if it's something weird like just it's the melee damage if you shield melee. I would hope not, but I need to actually either look it up or test it myself.
Man, nothing but useless. Let's take them out. Actually starting to enjoy this.
Turn off that fan.
Nobody's gonna help. Hey, you ain't got a chance.
I didn't want to toss my shield away, but I did.
Just give it up.
That's fine. Who needs a shield anyway? Also, isn't that M45? Oh, yeah. Structure responsive. So I should try this X45 again. I feel the handling on this one is the best. Kind of don't like that M45 either. Just because also I need to land headshots.
I think we got
Kind of
company.
matters.
What's happening? Hey, you ain't got a chance. Too bad for you. Fuck. You want to die? Amateur night. You won't last. Here.
I was gonna say there's more. That away. Yeah, tomorrow, last day of the G. Although it ends in like the Monday morning-ish, at least my time.
Ready to engage.
Oh, yeah, this thing feels quite a bit better, this pistol. But then trying to find a specific pistol when you can't craft it. Because this one that I have, what was this one? Oh, this one's cool-headed predatory.
We can't stop now. Listen to me.
Because, yeah, on this one I do have...
Find us if we stop.
What if I don't care?
Actually, could I...
Oh, Jesus, he's gone. Doesn't seem like
I think as well, I've like spent quite a bit already on this, and this is already at 500 Phoenix credits. Because I think I was going for Toxic.
better than this. Break that shield. Let's take him out.
Then preferably Toxic. Destructive. Oh, that other pistol does have Destructive plus Responsive, which... also a pretty good deal. I'm not sure even remember how much each stack of Sentry is worth.
Come here, butts. Keep shooting. The shield's gonna bust. Blow him away. Like the lamb to the slaughter. Too bad for you. Damn it, no! Get out of here!
Let's get the tools from here. The tools and weapon parts are the ones I always super low on. No need to spot me.
Shit!
Sir, is this your
What
vehicle?
is this? It's just stuck.
He gave up quick. Also, there's a window on that thing. You just break the window. Actually, you can shoot these. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that one fell. How likely was it not a different one had it been? This one's floating a little. What? No. Even sprays colors on these things. I don't think there's any fight where you kind of like these things even show up in. Huh. I never realized that as a detail. Because it's like spilling paint on the jacket there. Isn't that it's gone? You learn a new thing every day. And you forget to. Wait, that was impressive, actually.
Я тоже когда-нибудь тебе помогу.
Get the weapon parts along the way here as well, and then the Riker boss in the back there, and then we'll start getting some LMBs.
Who the hell are they shooting at? Get off my turn! Get away!
It worked. Too bad in the one you can't set world difficulty. That would have been because yeah, fighting these guys in the open world, because this is actually a decent way, especially solo, to kind of make some decent well, items as well, but then together with that GE, because even like Lincoln or Lexington Division 1's Lincoln, that's still like 8 minutes or something, right? Because there's just a bunch of weights in it as well. Maybe even 10. And that gets you like 800 something. But this way as well, you get a lot more items. Because each of these guys drops 2 items. These guys counting towards my daily LMB. Sniper in the background. This is a very effective tactic, especially seeing as she's half behind the thing there. Okay, we got a reclaimer glove. Actually, just on this character themselves, my other reclaimer is kind of sad. Yeah, that was actually not workable. And names always have a chance of dropping exotics or or classified, so. Because actually, without the global events, this was kind of the thing to do if you were looking for classifieds. You would just do named runs whenever you could. On a 4-hour cooldown, which is kind of annoying.
My back is all fucked up. I need some meds bad.
Yeah, I still need some meds. It's been 8 years. Still hasn't gotten his meds. Too big of a bite. I just don't have a good way of dealing with this heavy.
Flash through that thing!
Sick of the
Taking you down! He's covered!
But that works. I mean, this thing definitely can't just stand in front of a bunch of enemies. It's there as well. Just lost more than half my shield on one heavy. So some misclicked like. Well, always happy to hear.
Now
Yeah,
entering a safe area.
When does this actually reset? Or is this also with the weekly? So I think, oh yeah, this week I'm on the list. Although maybe likely this will be with the same with. Actually, that would make sense, right? When the global event ends, likely. So I'm actually set for reward tier 2. Although we'll see if that survives the weekend. On the,
Transmissions jammed. Proximity coverage only. Backup activated. System rebooted.
Wrong way. Other way.
Warning. Now entering dark zone.
Don't waste my time.
Now exiting dark zone.
Warning. Now we're exiting the safe area. Attention. Hazard levels normal. Warning. Now leaving the safe area.
Isaac's just giving 1,000 updates.
You're all running to clean up. Shoot 'em all! Grenade! Maintain heavy fire! Reloading! Cover fire! Easy pickings! Come on!
I'm glad that's not the worst choice of it. I should just pulse more or like use skills more. That's why I think I would rather have toxic, just random blinds here and there. Hunting the pistol combination, kind of. Well, they're just doing a named run. But yeah, I'm actually pretty close to that one. Because the only two I have remaining is marksman rifles and... Of those, at least for the weapon types. Marksman rifles, although I should, 500 and a bit kills. And then sight harm, which is actually another 120 kills. Its revives went up by a lot. So weak points going nice and slow. Might at some point, yeah, see about like going all commendations or something, but I'm still way too far away from that. Because also, yeah, for instance, skill kills. Although I could focus that way and then just... Also, you're just messing around with this build. I haven't played this thing too much. Also, I'm not per se sure I've it kind of like, you know, in a good way or anything, because it's hard to tell sometimes in Div 1.
JTF doesn't know.
I don't mind this thing either. It's actually kind of like the high-end tech tank in Div 2 that I have recently added.
Give me a minute. I want to check it out.
And then actually, so in solo, like, this doesn't make too much sense. But especially in group setting, I would see this make quite a bit of sense, because also Sentry. Or just like some challenging missions and stuff. Interesting, the named group didn't aggro there. Just gonna go grab this, even though it's a purple.
Get lost.
Love it. Yeah, that's, it goes like that sometimes.
Holy fuck! Tango inbound. Stand down. Shit.
And they're like, yeah, I should definitely try to at some point get into survival a little bit, but I just haven't found the interest. Maybe we'll do that next time as like warm up before the global event. And like a week leading up to it. God damn it. These guys were so far away. We have a whole nother group to deal with now.
Clear out the AO. End of the line. You ain't got no idea who you're messing with.
Actually, what did that M45 have? Structured responsive, so no healing. Let's try it one more time. Now that I've kind of gotten used to the X45 again, let's see how this one feels. That's funny. Yeah, no worries.
Readings indicate
We
this
all
area
sometimes
is
press the
safe.
wrong buttons.
Warning. Are exiting the safe area.
But yeah, I get your meaning there.
Good luck out there. Check. Take it.
Free news every day.
Keep doing that hero thing, you hear me?
You have no idea how many lives you might have saved out at the Hudson Yard.
That's quite the tagline. Best news magazine ever made. MFN 21. Yeah.
I didn't sign on to fight anyone who's reloading.
Oh yeah. News, news, news. That's their slogan.
Thanks. Very cool. Thank you.
It's tough, girl. I know.
I do love looking up here
Active
and there
echo beacon
sometimes.
detected.
In Div 1 especially. Or Wony. Good watch out here. It's too easy to get surrounded. Like on 10 p.m. And shot in the back.
God damn it!
So I could also take that shield that kind of heals me a little. Should I actually try that shield out and see if it's... So I'm willing to bet I can... Well, I mean, I already know that the other one's like 10%, so... Could likely extract more out of just destructive and then have kind of like the shield be predatory. Yeah, one name's remaining.
Need to be on alert.
Well, luckily those guys are walking away.
What do you think you're doing out here? I want to mess with the cleaners.
The last man battalion will now be patrolling your neighborhood. Please cooperate with all elements soldiers.
I think there's like a delay between pulling out the shield and being able to aim. The sniper. Let's get everybody in front. Hold up. Where are you going, lady? Let me get everybody in front of me.
Need more ammo! Tango's in the oven!
Yeah, we got some Deadeye parts there. We'll go sort those out in a second. Actually, yeah, how much was Sentry per stack? 5% for duration to a second each. 6 marks, right? And then kind of depends on if this... Because you would assume this is 5 times 6, just 6 stacks of it for 30%. But it could just as well be self-multiplicative with itself, so
GTF ain't getting through us, that's for sure.
wouldn't be surprising per se.
Looks like it's a shield!
Although with just 6 stacks, I wouldn't make too much of a difference. That would just be like 35% or something.
Yeah, we would have been fine without you.
Let's get these two. Yeah, let's take it back to base. Let's get cleaned up. What was the name of the chess horn was formerly the war? What did he? Oh, it's the Larray one. I don't think anybody, like, I haven't seen it being used much post classifieds or something, right? Because what it used to do is, like, if one skill was on cooldown, it did something, and then if two skills were on cooldown, it did something, right? Beret Bulletproof Vest. No skill on cooldown increases skill power by 10%. One skill on cooldown increases damage by 5%. 5%. It's not great. And then, yeah, two skills on cooldown increases armor by 10%. Are these... Although, no, they're like mutually exclusive, right? Because no skills on cooldown could not be... Like, when two skills on cooldown, this one skill isn't also active, right? It's either or. I would hope. I would think. They're going from busing. Back in the day, it was basically the best way to get that one, right? But it was just mostly more... Because I remember, for instance, as well, going for the knee pad on Madison mission. But mostly, I was farming that just because, like, that guy can drop it, and then just to get the shields, basically, just to get all one of each exotic or whatever it was. Well, I think the shield is just you have a certain amount, right? I think I just wanted one of every exotic. Just to have it. Man, if this was predatory... Although the score is so low. That would take so much in the form of resources to get up to a working... yeah, this thing isn't usable at all. Let's keep that one. Let's sell this junk.
Hey, a happy customer is the best customer.
Hey,
I got something new right here for you.
Although responsive, usually we're going to be in 10. Although 10 meters is also short. If this was destructive, I would love destructive toxic to try out as well.
Your attention, please. There will be a screening of cartoons for
No,
children
that's fine for now.
17 tomorrow morning at
Yeah, some caches to open. And I did my daily already on the other characters. Get that out of the way. Additions build anyway. Okay. Is it? I mean, just for the skill power? Although, isn't backpacks much more?
For the streets, right here.
You still want 5 pieces, right? Or do you want... Like, even if you're not going for the classified? Or like, well, it's still classified, but not the 6 piece. Let's maybe actually grab a real build for a sec. Oh, I say a real build. Actually, effective. Well, I should mess around with this nomad a little bit. Well, this is the nomad from the other character, although with the weapons on here. Yeah, let's run that. Extract 3 items. Let's maybe try. See how busy it is in here. We'll give it an honest attempt.
Agent, we're getting word of supply drops landing, but they're arriving in the dark zone. Something's going on, but I'm not quite sure what. One thing's for sure, you better get there before the wrong people get their hands.
Transmissions jammed.
How much
Proximity
is that do I
coverage
have in
only.
this patch?
Backup
I have
activated.
enough for one more.
System rebooted.
I'm gonna buy a Predator Marks caches from now on. Checked my D3 set. That one's kind of set. I don't need anything for that. I have all of the Predator or no, not the other one. What was the other one? Yeah, Nomad. I have Nomad all set up, and then I need just better Predator Marks backpack and mask. Well, actually, I've bought a few already. A few caches, but I haven't opened them yet because I'm gonna do HVTs and then open them just to fill back up and then to have enough for one last HVTs. Unlikely as well, I'll even hold on to a few towards the end because somebody cleared this halfway out, but not all the way out.
All right, I got this.
Pro tip, don't flashbang yourself when you're flashbanging an enemy. I gotta use a key. Isn't worth it. Reverse for another time. Okay. Here's another 5. The 5 pieces, you mean? Oh, that's actually. Are you just clearing out here as well, or does everyone want to group up? Okay. Because I'm just in here getting enough items to extract. It's 3, right? It's not the weekly where you have 10. So I'm just gonna actually go extract here. I'm gonna guess that's like the 5 piece, I guess, because the 6 piece is the thing, right? Well, the thing is mostly like in this game, turret. Like if turrets work better in this game, if you had the Div 2 turret in this game, that would be the 6 piece and a turret. And that's why I still don't hate it that way. Like turrets plus seeker combo with the classified kind of works.
Contamination level lowering below street level.
Hey, this is our house. They're killing us. You want to die?
Hostiles detected below street level.
Where is this guy from? Because usually with extraction you don't get one of those rogue agents archetypes.
Chopper is inbound.
Guess we're both going for the same thing.
Commencing extraction.
I was like, should I cut this rope? Was it?
We've got the package.
Cut it a little bit. Yeah, I won't be that big. Well, that's why actually I don't think it's worth guarding it either. I don't think there's anybody nearby here. They would have been here by now. So, simple strat is just to get out already. Would be funny if Blessings was cut the rope there.
You go in without this, you're dead.
Right. Yeah, it's too low of a score. Also, I don't like the PF45 at all in this game. And then we did that for 25 juicy div tech. I'll have a decent amount saved up now. Especially I got that classified cache, which is like
supply drops
500 or something.
Uploading coordinates.
Of it. But also, yeah, I've been a good boy this whole week and just done all the dailies on all 4 characters, 300 a day.
Think about buying something next time.
That does add up. Although I've been using it up also on, you know, on 4 characters, which adds up.
Hey, stupid. Over here.
But yeah, with that done, gonna go do a set of HVTs. Also, I don't know, saves if you're interested in, or if you still have a character that needs them, or if you're just interested in doing them in general. But also anybody else, if anybody is interested in running Div 1, feel free to say so. Actually, I should buy a cache first. Although actually, yeah, this is like 7k, right? Like I wouldn't fill up all the way anyway. Let's already buy one there. Actually, how much have I earned in this? 110k. It's actually decent. Yeah, yesterday doing some of those Amherst runs kind of really help. Yeah, speaking of which, how is this looking? Well, yeah, if anybody is interested in some HVTing, feel free to let me know. So wait, so okay, so tier 1 is still on like 5.9k. I feel like this is kind of safe for tier 2 in either case, right? Like, that's not. Because I'm only really interested in tier 2-ish. Let's actually see where tier 3 ends at the current time. Oh, well, that's that's creeping slowly up, yeah. It was like 12k yesterday or something. So we need to reach 13 and a bit to be, well, 13,620 to be in tier 3. It's definitely doable, but I don't want to grind that hard. Yeah, let's go get started on Poker Face. But Evan, we still need their weekly HVTs. Feel free to say so. These especially as well.
Hey, you know you want to take a look.
We can trade off who's paying for them. She can make it cheaper.
Warning. Now leaving the safe area.
Oh, as well, I have enough for all of them if somebody wants to join, but they don't have any target intel.
Don't give up on us.
This is going to be very useful.
Oh yeah, to kind of keep it at a decent tempo, I'm just gonna not run it with that shield and pistol. That definitely is like a support build. Just gonna run this 9k stamina striker.
Approaching marked location.
I'm gonna go. Or is this a different route now? These guys will aggro in a minute anyway. I would have to come back for them. Fast travel. Let's deal with him there. Would be 4 people, right? Guess maybe the explosion going on.
Ready to blast them.
And we got caught by these guys, so well, that's actually nice because I kept my stacks.
Warning. Incoming hostiles detected.
Okay, that's still nice. Alright. Hold off a little bit here once the boss spawns. Yeah, again, depends on how many you've done already. I still have 2 characters to go for this week, so
Warning. Incoming hostiles detected.
I'll do one today and one tomorrow.
Hostiles incoming. A new agent is joining your team. Warning. Incoming hostiles detected.
Well timed.
Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected. High-value target has been eliminated.
All the explosions. Right. But yeah, if anybody else wants to join us, feel free to say so.
If you want a challenge, I'm working on it. Got something for you whenever you can take it on.
Oh dear. Because each of these gives a decent amount of Phoenix credits. Because you get a decent amount for completion, you get a decent amount for oh well, you get a little bit for each of the names that you kill.
Approaching marked location. Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
We got shooters. We got
Is that some fire crest, I'm guessing.
Warning. Additional incoming hostiles detected.
Focus fire.
Warning. Incoming hostiles detected.
I should wonder for some of these easier ways. How effective is this? Not very. Is the answer.
Hostiles incoming.
I've had the better pistol. Oh yeah, I need to remember I shouldn't just spray and pray. Division 1 striker.
Hostiles incoming. Alert. Heavily armored hostiles detected.
Swing the backpack.
High value target has been eliminated.
Tango's out of cover. Don't let him through.
It does feel good to play a high stamina striker and just bum rush and just kind of wait, do you mean you're in Div 2 or did you want to join us here? Let me check. Oh yeah, that was okay. I'm guessing you mean you will download Div 2.
Hey, Agent. Got something serious for you.
600 has it over there. What? That didn't fast show me. There. What? Why can't I? Oh, that's. Oh. I'm just gonna go into a safe spot. I thought this was a group mate, but it isn't. It is. Yeah. Mate.
Warning. You are now leaving the safe area.
Oh, actually, I accidentally invited them. Or did I? What? No. Oh, that might actually invite. Yeah, that might actually be an invite.
Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
But I was trying to fast travel to. I just saw a dot. I was just like,
Warning.
we go to that dot.
Hostiles detected.
But yeah, that turns out that is. Not all dots are in the team in Division 2, of course, or in Division 1. In Division 2, they are. Like, you don't see any dots except teammates or group mates. This guy being a dick.
Alert. Additional hostiles inbound. Hostiles incoming.
It's actually super annoying on the mini-map that it shows. I wonder if there's an option to turn that off. I wouldn't be surprised if there is. Oh, over there. What was that? Oh, that's at random. No, that wouldn't be elite.
over there! Come on!
Warning. Incoming hostiles detected. Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Lost a friendly!
High-value target has been eliminated.
There we go. Let's make sure to grab all these. Oh, those are upstairs. Now let me get the next one up here. Yeah, I wasn't so sure if it was the same person there. Gig, no worries.
Not right now.
Oh, and I need the booming. Actually, yeah, sorry for the invite there. You were.
I'll see you next time.
Funny thing was, we were all over here, but you were here, and I was like, oh, but like that's the teammate already there. I'll fast travel to them. But yeah,
Take this one. Real troublemaker.
it's actually interesting that the is that it's actually like, is it X also to? Oh, space is to invite. Okay, so yeah, that would I pressed X and space, of course. But yeah, we're doing some weekly HBTs. I don't know if you like or have a character that still needs them. But yeah, you're always welcome either way. Some of the sounds still decent for getting a build set up. Decent, yes, but Countdown, matchmaking for Countdown is like, you get a lot more loot out of a Countdown run. I can just matchmake for it. You don't need the best build to start off with for that either, and matchmake for challenging. Because difficulty settings going up to heroic, and challenging is the general difficulty that gets used there. Look. Because Countdown in like 20, like even less, let's say 20 minutes is the max, and 19 minutes is the max technically. Let's say in like 15 minutes you'll get 40 pieces of gear at, which not much else can beat. The only downside of Countdown is especially the XP is pretty bad there.
Warning. Hostiles detected nearby. Hostiles incoming.
Tango in sight.
He's still standing up there.
Keep him forward!
Warning. Additional incoming hostiles detected.
Good time to use this. Just keep them bunched up.
Warning. Incoming hostiles detected.
It's funny that I'm killing when it's elites.
Additional incoming hostiles
I'm
detected.
actually killing likely even a little bit faster than purples, just because of all of the damage to elites.
Hostiles incoming.
On tap
Heavily
here.
armored hostile detected.
Focus your fire!
High-value target has been eliminated.
Sure, grab everything. I think it's gonna beat me to it there. It's under my current setup. Links and stuff aren't allowed in this chat, but yeah, if you want some advice on it, although others likely could help you as well, is either go to my community Discord and maybe put it in there in the help desk area. But also what you can do, because likely it'll be, I'm not going to be in a position to look at it myself for a little bit. You can always also go to the official Discord. If you just search for Division 2 Discord, you'll kind of find it. And there's likely, there's always people active there. Also, you don't need a great setup for challenging Countdown. As long as you have, half of a build, that's basically enough. If every person in there has half of a build, that's enough for challenging. Weekly. Okay. Yeah, I'm still that's why I have multiple characters set up, just jumping around and doing them over. Because I still, even after this one, still have one left, but I'll do that one tomorrow. Somebody Exodus there. It's a hunter leaving.
Not gonna make it easy for you.
Stop chasing us. I dropped a purple. Reserve receivers.
Those things are only.
By the for them, so no, I haven't bought too much yet.
Pretty unsavory characters earlier.
But wasn't that one also? Because there's also a variant of that could be with crit chance, I think, right? Because that one was that plus headshots.
Approaching marked location. Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
Because I think if you can have them.
Oh shit! Shoot them all!
I don't remember what the other loose stat on it was. But sadly, no 4% DTAs on any model.
Warning. Additional hostiles incoming.
Because the only thing I kind of have, and I actually have a use for it as well. Just electronics DTE comes out at any point.
Hostiles incoming.
This thing is not the fastest murderer, but I do love not caring about cover or anything like that.
Warning. Incoming hostiles detected. Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Get away!
target has been eliminated.
Can't believe this! God damn!
All the loot all over the place. Oh, is that one? Oh, actually, is that one? Oh. Yeah, I haven't looked too well at that list yet.
Readings indicate this area is safe.
Or maybe that was some
Agent, I got
other
something
thing.
for you.
Oh, you beat me to it. Where'd this go? Yeah, that looks pretty decent for all the SMGs and stuff. And hey there, Ed.
Warning. You are exiting the safe area.
I was looking at like maybe in something else. Oh, yeah. These mods, they add up fast. Yeah, I'm kind of. I do try to always keep like 500-ish K because it's like 400 something K for a weapon, right? And it's kind of down to 500K. Just in case like a really good weapon shows up and I really need to buy it from a DZ vendor, so I was kind of down to like 500, but I'm actually back up to 877 there, so.
Approaching marked location.
Haven't seen much kindness lately.
Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
Am I blind? Oh, I am blind.
Alert. Additional hostiles inbound. Warning. Additional incoming hostiles detected.
You're looking forward to next week. SHD Exposed. It's been a while. Because also, yeah, SHD Exposed is the only one I haven't done a new style only tips for, so we'll have to do an only tips for it. Just to talk about.
Additional incoming hostiles detected.
It's no longer. The old one is no longer. They changed a bunch of stuff. So.
Hostiles incoming.
Should just stayed up there, apparently.
Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected. High value target has been eliminated.
Murdered ourselves a Papa Squad. And each of these names as well. 75 GE. Oh yeah, I have a billion tabs open because of that video. Oh wait, no, that was the thing with it, right? It's a C79 scope, so it doesn't fit on. It's a large scope, so it doesn't fit on like a lot of weapons where you would care about that, right? Because it doesn't fit on like basically any SMG. That one, right?
Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
Over there! We got shooters! Tossing frags!
Always all good stats.
Hostiles incoming.
Take your targets and we lost a friendly!
Alert. Additional hostiles inbound.
All the explosions.
Warning. Incoming hostiles detected.
Take your target! We got plenty of targets!
Warning. Additional hostiles incoming.
I'm keeping an eye out on the boundary as well, just in case we both exited, but it's pretty safe. What is striker, which you would recommend for noise condensing? That's what you're running here. I think overall, so I'll say it this way. I have 4 characters in this game. Most of them kind of geared up more recently. Each of them has a striker. And then, like, other builds alongside of it. But each of them has striker. Actually, I think if Bessa stays there, I'll go murder this one.
Hostiles incoming.
Because sometimes it don't come
Heavily
out.
armored hostile detected.
So I'm just gonna grab this calm over here.
Don't tell me you're buying in
But the thing is as well, with Div 1, it's kind of hard to get classified gear at the moment. Global events are kind of the best way, so if you're maybe geared up already, there's a global event going on now, but doesn't have Striker. It has D3, it has Nomad, it has Predator, at least on the PvE end. But Striker will likely come around with, like it's in multiple, it's in 2 global events I think, or even 3 maybe. Let me get the next one here. It's paid for most of them. But Striker is kind of just all round, works really well and has some healing even in Div 1. And yeah, there is a... And it has even, in a very tanky setup, it has enough damage.
Intel says this one's a real fighter, but my money's on you, okay?
Because there as well, I'm running a 9k stamina Striker, like, doesn't have that much into firearms and stuff, but all of the other stats are still towards damage, like it's all enemy armor damages and DTs and stuff like that. Oh, can House take that one? Wait, does it fit on small? I thought the C79 was only on like ARs and stuff. Okay, yeah, if it can fit on the house, but yeah, I should go get some. And welcome into Gallant, and indeed, we're having to sell some nostalgia.
the UN after you kicked their butt at the Russian
Although, well,
consulate.
it doesn't need to be nostalgia if you're
Freezing my butt off.
if you have had Division 2 or Division 1 in the past.
Such a good person.
It's still always available. It's actually having a little bit of a resurgence now. They brought back the global events. A lot of people messing around with it, including me. I was actually pretty busy in this week, for instance, when there is a global event. Let's see. Or does House just have a big, like, is it long rail or is I don't remember what it's called. Because they have small one, right? And then like a lot of the SMGs need that.
Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
Because then likely I'm mistaken. In thinking either that thing is not small or that the house. At some point I'll be interested in kind of doing some calculations for the house. Because from feel, I wouldn't like. It doesn't feel that far ahead of anything else. Like, it doesn't feel Ouroboros versus SMGs. Definitely feels strong, but. Because also we can even do that without any per se weapon knowledge. We can just crits plus non-crit at max stacks. Okay. DPS is calculated from that.
Warning. Additional incoming hostiles detected.
Everybody jump down.
Alert. Heavily armored hostiles detected.
Alright, this fight gonna. Actually, was gonna take a second. I remember. Because we have a heavy and 2 rogues.
High value target has been eliminated.
My inventory is full. So I should just deconstruct a few of these quickly. Let's have enough space. Yeah, let's take it back to terminal for a second, get cleaned up, and then let's see where we go from there. I'm back on level of navigation. This will for special game arc. Yeah, same here. I've fond nostalgia of Div 1, and then likely in the future I'll have fond nostalgia of Div 2. That was the last one, right? Yeah.
Let's talk next time. I've definitely got jobs for you.
That's pretty cool that still available, and then we can always just jump in it. And yeah, that they broke it as well, but then they fixed it with the global event. So nah. deconstruct the weapons and I'll sell the gear. Oh, actually, I totally want this. Those are annoyingly hard to come by. Loud vent breaks.
Your attention, please. We will be offering self-defense training for interested civilians on a nightly basis.
That's what I like
in
to
the
see.
area next to the armory.
This is Rick. Sorry, I'm not feeling real glib at the moment. So I went uptown.
And I've got just 3 field proficiency caches, also enough currency for 2 more predator caches, although I didn't get to use it much in the form of those. But let's actually pop this. Pop these. And I especially still need a Predator's Mark's mass, because actually I noticed that my mass is actually also not the way I want it on the Predator Mark that I have currently. I'll get that fixed up. It's a small. Okay, so is that one then small? And I'm just misremembering. I mean, yeah, that must be. So I always thought that one would be the same as the. As this other one, or which one is it? Oh, that actually makes sense. What's the one I was buying? Like, oh, this one, 522. Okay, yeah. So this one's large. Although it's in a DZ safe house, right? Yeah. Yeah. No, we'll get those later. Just not go into there now. But yeah, I know if you have any interest. Is it sure? No, it's in the safe room, right? This is this one, I think. Or not DZ4, DZ5 safe room. Yeah, DZ5 safe room. They're getting the Div 1 more hard to find good build compared to Div 1. Actually, if you're looking, RC, if you're looking for some basically content on Div 1, I can wholeheartedly recommend. Actually, let me just go and find their channel and maybe not accidentally say it wrong, but yeah, Live It Frey. I've actually watched a few of their videos in there recently. I'll put it actually in the chat here. But yeah, they have just been making like they haven't gone back to Div 1. They never left. So yeah, they've always just been making Div 1 stuff. So, and they've been actually quite good about, even for instance, Amherst speedrun showing that off, for instance. But yeah, they have that kind of stuff. What tab was I in? So I give them a look. What happens? I don't know if we can get 10 base for crafting level 31 gear. Do you have access to those blueprints? because you wouldn't have access to the blueprints that require those. I mean, Tenny base is just that's the Dark Hours resources, right? But any of those gear sets, even though they're showing up in the table, you can't craft any of the gear sets at level 31 because the table isn't high end. Yeah, do you have any interests, basics, or anything you want to get done? Because otherwise I would say maybe we go actually quickly there and kind of get that, and then let's see what we do after. Maybe if you're up for it, maybe do a few Lexingtons.
Man, I can't.
Yeah, it's the same here, but wouldn't mind a little bit more currency still. There's never enough currency, of course. But if you're up for it, let's make the trip through this real quick. Otherwise, I can also make it by myself. But just let's buy that before I forget.
Found out a bit more about those supply drops. It's division gear. So it's especially important that we get there first. We can't have Shade Tech getting into the hands of what's left of the factions. Why it's getting dropped, I still don't know.
I didn't either.
Transmissions jammed.
No, it might have been because of me. I was earlier on talking about the live vent
System rebooted
as well. That was for some. That was just a drop I had.
Caution. Entering dark zone.
So we can cut through here, I'm pretty sure. Can we? This seems familiar.
You got a bird inbound on your position.
Very good. Right here. Let's kind of turn right there. I remember there being a path through here, but because you also take this always when you're oh, it's on the other side of this. Because I just never go to the safe house. Because that's also the path you take, because there's always guys on that extraction point, so just to avoid them. One that's only from this side. So good damage spread just back. Yeah, I kind of actually need kind of similar. So my backpack needs would be a lot more.
You won't find this shit anywhere else.
Oh, this is just small optics. Okay.
We're done here.
Actually, yeah. If this is small, actually, yeah. Let's say 2 more. I can fill that one back up. Let's do the smart thing. Mark them all as favorite.
Attention. Supply drops detected. Coordinates uploaded.
And let's get back out of here. Let's maybe go for the other one. That might be actually faster. Let's go for that left, but it's still always the thing with the safe houses. They're always a level further away than the rest. Or from the things. We should be able to sneak past here. Oh, no.
Gonna waste them all.
Nah. get at. He's gonna get some stacks here. Also, this Rusher needs to go. Those Rushers are quick. Yeah, let's get out of here.
Attention, leaving dark zone.
I got stuff that'll save your life.
I should not put this in this character's inventory, just to put them in the stash later. I'm not sure for the. Actually, it was a daily challenge in. Have we done it? That's Warrengate. As we'll maybe do a Warrengate just to do something different, and then we'll go to a Lexington. A few Lexingtons.
I've got no idea what they're.
So I should maybe do it with preemptive. We got a decent payout as well. Right. Sure. Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Popping out, no worries.
Alert, an agent is leaving the team. Warning, now leaving the safe area.
Let's go for aggression. I might still actually, yeah, go for this one real quick. And if anybody is interested in popping on in, feel free to say so. Daily challenging.
Okay, Agent. Assuming the JTF squad's all dead, because let's face it, who are we kidding? So let's worry about the living.
Oh yeah.
You need to get those Rikers out of the building and away from my generators.
Forgetting about
the explosions. They're temperamental
explosions.
old beasts, and they're under a lot of pressure.
Make no mistake. We got
Look at the sniper now.
Keep moving. Here we go. Up here. It's time to finish it.
Catch them all together. Okay. There we go. Made that wave a lot easier.
About got us a kill.
Alright. Make me lose my.
We're almost done here. Let's shed some light on the situation. Jesus Christ.
That was chunky. I know it's right. It's handy when they're all bunched up. That's like the one time global wind actually can help quite a bit. I always hate this when it plays this in here.
Y'all hear this? Good. Because I got something to say. Lorraine busted us out of Rikers. Told us we could go our own way. Now the man's coming back here to shut us down. To lock
I
us
can jump
in our
over
house.
here. Nope.
You want to die in a cell? You want to let them get what they want? Well, I ain't playing that game. They don't get to take nothing from me, you hear me? But me, I'm going to take it all away from them. You all with me? Get off my
Sure. Let's start by giving you my shotgun shells, especially the contents of them. And we'll go from there. This game died. Yeah, I'm gonna actually be feeling some sleepiness as well. Likely won't go too late tonight. canals are feeling low energy, which likely doesn't make for the best viewing. But I'm happy to have that video kind of ready. I'll stitch it together and get it up for tomorrow evening. And likely tomorrow I'll do the same thing of starting a little bit earlier than normal. And then I want to do a little bit of the prep work for the Striker chest and backpack talents video.
Explosives are set. We can blow the generators as soon as you give the word. The company's coming. We got gunfire
Sure,
at the front.
the stable updates can go
Where you at? Just
into the completed list. Yay.
I want this place ready to burn. Lights out for everyone.
Great. These assholes got a death wish. You know how to handle explosives, right?
But if anybody else wants to join, just say so. I'll likely do this, and then we'll see where we go from there. Could have just tried to blinded these guys so that they were all in range of the heavies.
But you think we're just gonna hand them back the keys to the city? Wrong! Like Sharmo's really in charge.
I should still do this. And then also I want to make a start on... I think actually I'm going to do it as a spreadsheet instead of a drawing.
Y'all still breathing? Well, shit, that's right. You can't because you're with the good guys. One's in the white hand.
And that'll be more just figuring out how we want to kind of
This is our show now.
lay that out more so than
about being on one side or the other. It's about power.
any real work.
We got it.
I
can do whatever I want.
I'm gonna make it kind of a spreadsheet with just the weapons in there, and then like, and let's say SASGs. This is the best pick SASG, and then this one, and then this one, right? Kind of. So, because that question comes up quite a lot, and even I sometimes forget. Well, actually, I could just do it as a guide, maybe either as well, just the in-depth guide.
You push this, and everybody dies in the dark.
Because then we just do it as a word thing, and then with the tabs in there. Yeah, I should. Yeah, why am I not doing it that way? Oh yeah, there's two heavies here. This bitch has a ton of heavies.
Pleasure to kill you.
Some would say too many heavies. Hallelujah, by the time they reached me here, because of all the other explosions, they're basically in hell. Wait, isn't the disarm here? Isaac? What are you trying to send me downstairs? Do you want me to blow up? A nearby AI has gone rogue. That would actually be funny if Isaac kind of went rogue suddenly. Just... Puny human detected. Exterminate. I was just going toe to toe with one of those heavies in the sun. As long as I have predatory, triggered, and also have some striker stacks.
Confirmed. Explosives.
I can just trade with them.
Right. Now clear those fuckers out. Once it's safe-ish, I'll task an engineering team to do a proper mechanical assessment of the site.
Well, looks like the cowboys gone and defused all the bombs. Well, that's okay, because we got a plan B. Time to tear this place apart. Turn it all up. Smash it all up. Set this place to overload. Break it all, and we're gonna take this party straight to hell.
That doesn't sound good. If they build up enough pressure in the turbine system, yeah, it'll blow the whole plant, maybe the whole block. Okay, these old power plants have backups. Manual safety valves from before everything was automated. Find those valves and open them up to release the pressure. Now would be good.
And I'm definitely becoming more and more of a fan of this striker. Although the 6K one is also kind of feels really good. More damage, less tanking, but this one just, I get to be so stupid with it. Like I feel this is really the tech tank of this game basically. Killed that Riker with my own explosion. Let's get double the commendation. And yeah, also, if nothing else, I've already... that's maybe too much. I was too stupid. What was I gonna say? Yeah, it's challenging, so... Oh, a checkpoint, like here. Oh yeah, I've done all the commendations already. Oh wait, is that the valve? Okay. So, literally nothing lost. Oh yeah, I shouldn't do that with another valve. I've got actually, yeah, that my that my survival link is on cooldown. Honestly, I see that thing just as a hive, and when it's up, I'm extra aggressive. But I forgot there that it wasn't. Oh, this is actually a lot of dudes. Actually, yeah, what would be a weapon compare guide? Weapon variant compare guide? For that guide? Because actually I realized, yeah, it should just be just the guide. And then we can also just use the text form and then we just go weapon by weapon that has multiples and then... Too close. Just in time. Although there I did have survivor actually. So it would have saved me. And let's go to the bus.
No additional safety valves detected.
You vented a lot of the pressure, but it's still building. Master control room's the only place to shut it all down, so get there quick.
Why didn't I start there? Can't I shut everything down there either?
Welcome to the end of the world, assholes. Boys, mess them up.
Don't mess me up. I'm a nice guy. That's gonna shoot you in your face. And hopefully nobody noticed that I flashbang myself again. That was totally an enemy flashbang.
Yo, look like you're getting tired. Is that right? Well, let me set the wake-up crew.
The sent to go to sleep crew. It's not gonna work out.
Just a matter of time. Taking the shot.
And the staggers from getting shot and stuff. Because what isn't per se clear is there's that bar above my health. Whenever that fills up, I explode and I also get staggered and stuff. That's just if I take damage. And that's on top of also if the enemies explode, they also can stagger me in this mode. A lot of staggering going on. Staggering amount of staggering, some might say.
Well, shit. Gonna end here, gonna end now.
Oh shit, I didn't have a flashbang.
Don't get to walk away.
What can I do?
Get away from the thing. See you
Oh. Huh. Are those explosions based on... Is this Hollywood? Is it based on their health? Because that boss died to 3 or like 2 heavies exploding.
Power generator stabilized.
Well, nothing's exploded. And that siren stopped, so looks like we're good.
Yeah.
I got
It's
an engineering
the
team
very
already
safe
mobile.
thing
They can
of
finish
just,
up
you
the
know,
plan. Nothing left for you to do, so I guess you can roll out.
an old. That's safe, right? Tossing grenades. Yeah, let's jump back to base. Let's go get cleaned up. Actually, wait, does... Just want to quickly check over here. Because I noticed this thing has missions. I think, okay, I've done all the other missions on... Although this maybe at some point we should get the chance. Maybe we try heroic. Not even going for commendations or anything, but just by itself. Yeah, let's say cleaned up.
You're gonna like what you see.
Yeah. Oh, this. I mean, that kind of makes sense, that weapon. And there are like 5 items here or not? The ones we bought.
Hey, you just got a great deal.
Your attention, please.
Yeah, let's actually, or maybe, this character, oh, let's clean this up. This guy hasn't done much in the form of underground. And just for some variety's sake, we'll go do an underground for a little bit.
Anything you're looking for? You want it, I got it.
Because I haven't done that much in this week. Oh, we've definitely grinded enough currencies and stuff for it to be kind of good. Let's put this rifle away. Oh, before I put it away. It's always annoying when
I got something new right here.
Like there's that one scope in there. Yeah, let's maybe go for some underground here. No, no worries. I'll also actually take a little bit of snackies. So I have some old Gouda cheese and some grapes. One of my preferred snacks. Because I don't think I can set anything really. Yeah. That's the annoying thing with being low level. Wait, could you not... oh no, for the dailies as well, you need to have it unlocked, right? You need to be high enough level basically to... Yeah, this is even 35, yeah. You can match make and maybe like get let's just wait, how much do we get here? 1480. How much do I need here? Okay, that would at least get me to like 5 or something. Also, it's just a one-phase thing, so. Because I always remember the character tree kind of also needs it, but I remember you kind of have to grind till like 20 until you can add some good directives and stuff. And actually make it a challenge. Although here it will be unchallenging.
Like the cleaners picked off a JTF agent carrying some data we need for
Isn't
ops. I'm sending you
a
the
walk in the
coordinates
park,
so you can go get that
park
agent
always.
and the data back.
Yeah, let's go. Recover the report.
Jamming device active.
Oh.
Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
My devices. It's even harder to see where the jammer is with this audience on top.
Now leaving affected area.
Oh.
Jamming device active.
I'll get with you in a second. Sure. Deal with you guys now. Oh yeah, I wish actually in here that you could set the higher difficulty strike things. And then we're back to explosion only affecting the enemy.
Your objective has been updated.
My updates have been objectified. Alright, this was this, right?
Alert.
And this
Hostiles
is
detected.
basically this game's summit. Although instead of going up, we're going down.
Just doing my job.
Objective updated.
That away. I don't think there's ever like anything worth exploring, right? Because always the comms and stuff are like in the in-between part. In here, there's just at best like a few boxes and stuff, right? It's the med pack. Oh, it's just a bomb, okay. What is that? Hi, how's it going?
Maybe all these people have food with them. They got a lot of nerve coming down here into our space.
A nearby agent that's gone rogue. Yeah. These guys are immortal. Good to know.
Not that we have
Oh.
I had a buddy in Rikers. Used to work on oil rigs in Canada. Anyway, he used to work a night
Because
shift.
there's always like
in
a
some
middle part like
godforsaken
that.
place way up north.
And that's the comms where the comms end up. Oh, there's this one, but then the other way around. Underground, yes, indeed. I would want this character to eventually be a decent level in Underground as well, just so you have the unlocks then and stuff. So I've been doing an Underground here or there in between other stuff. I kind of same as Div 2 as well. That's what I loved about Div 1, especially more like later on. It's just there is. There's a lot of stuff to do, so you know, you're like, hey, what do I want to go do? There's a bunch of answers you could give.
Gonna make this quick.
No, there's let's protect the areas kind of things. What is that? Why is there a single dot there? Somebody dropped a component there or something. Singular. Oh, talk.
Things are about to get hot.
That's why he's following me. Wait, if you're following me, why didn't you talk to me?
Warning. Incoming hostiles.
So you got a bunch of XP for the kills in here, for Underground, and then also for the completion. Although, well, you don't get a bunch. So Underground definitely is like a slow grind.
Don't let them keep pouring it out. We got cleaners.
Alert. Additional hostiles inbound.
Oh, there was it just bugged out, and it's like there's one on the other side. Look, could you guys not smack me in the back of the head? Single electronics there, yay. Yeah, these guys should drop GE too, right? I mean, just name GE. I'm sure I get any other GE.
How do you do that?
Cover the report.
Stay safe.
Wait, didn't you give me your report?
Alert.
Oh.
Detecting hostiles.
I should have realized, actually, right? When it takes that long.
Things might have gone very different.
How? Did I get two? I think I get two, right? Yeah. So yeah, there is one there. These guys aren't too bad in here. Yeah, they don't drop loot. I totally forgot that. Although they can also, like, they hit like a truck as well.
You should run while you can. We got cleaners.
It's gonna wait for that. Oh, okay, the heal's worn off on him. Hit that movement thing of the one quite often. I feel it. And quite often, if you're kind of doing a little bit of a mouse flick and then you're gonna hit run, it like snaps you 90 degrees or 180 degrees and just but yeah, we won that fight.
If you hadn't showed up, things might have gone very different.
And that was the one phase. I'm actually not sure how long. Never really timed these.
This is gonna be tougher than we thought, Agent. Especially since we got government analysts on this shit. They take a lot of goddamn coffee breaks, you know what I mean? Still, you're getting some good information on what's happening down there. Keep it up.
I'll keep it up. Can I unlock something at 5? Oh. Because disruption to other like some. Oh yeah, there's one skill is active. The minimap is like removed, right? Let's take that anyway, though. How much does this change it? That's 10%, right? Yeah, 10%. Let's do one more. Just one more. Just one more. Let's hear a little bit for variety's sake.
Good intel that a top LMB officer's in the tunnels near our location. This is an opportunity, Agent. Let's take it.
Oh, wait, this is actually the way? What? What's over here then? There's a oh, there's okay. No, that place was so dark, I wasn't sure I'm going. I thought this was the side path.
Alert. Detecting hostiles. Alarm detected.
Alarm! Where's the alarm? Right there. Didn't have to do that. Oh, wow.
Alarm disabled.
Something hit me hard.
Keep it tight. They dropped one of ours. Almost unfair. Eyes on target.
Yeah, funny thing is, when we pulse, where actually the minimap kind of becomes hard to see. But also, yeah, we can see all the enemies in the out in the open. What hit me that hard? So maybe I didn't have predatory up yet, and also didn't have. Any striker stacks remaining, maybe. I don't think there's anything in here, but I'm basically always on 12 lock picks, so might as well, right? That's totally worth it. Well, that did reset my. I would have expected it to reset my med packs going down here, but normally I should have gone and grabbed some med packs in when we went there.
Morning. Hostiles detected.
It hardly seems fair.
Already exploded.
Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
Wait, I thought these guys had cooldown. Don't they? I mean, they don't, apparently. Oh, that's of course part of the underground weekly. I'm like, what was that? 5 out of 40 headshots. But yeah, and here those guys are more like rogues than they are like.
And they had the nerve to tell me to my face that it was.
You're not sure. Division 1 unders have hacking of our skills. Usually in all the modes where you kind of fight them, just not because of that, but just in general, you're not using any deployed skills.
They had the nerve to laugh in my face. Well, it got me thinking. Maybe it's time to move on.
I don't think they do, right? Because I would have seen it in Resistance with like Reclaimer.
Well, maybe it's time for them to go down.
Reclaimer, the station. This guy trying to give me a high five or low five. Five safety steps. 1. Stop, look, listen. Number 2. Think clearly. Can we read the small text? Think carefully about your next action. Avoid any distractions at all costs. Keep focused on the task you need to carry out. 3. Communicate. 4. Check again. Check again. 5. Remember, it is either safe or not. So you're telling me it's a 50-50.
Alarm detected.
Not an alarm.
Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected.
How?
Alarm disabled.
You guys stop it with the support stations. Oh, that's a lot of heavies. That's a lot of dancers. Turns out all of these heavies, when you really ask the questions of are they human or are they dancer, it turns out dancer. Definitely dancer. Shake it, big boy. Do I have a dance? I need to buy a dance just so I can dance with heavies.
It's looking like the LMB's chain of command's a mess right now. All thanks to you.
Just like with the LMG dudes in Div 2. For a second there, I forgot what Electrotech that was the directive, and it like was showing 148 Electrotech, and I'm just like, what? Wait, did I not take the box? Oh no, I did, right? It was just somewhere else on that one. Oh wait, was that the story one then? The previous one? Indeed, they always want some more. Back to base. Actually, how far am I? Does it show? How much it needs for 9? Maybe we grind that till 10. What was it again? Oh yeah. Character. Okay. So I need 2.3 for 9. So I'll likely reach 9 with this, with the kills and everything. Because what do I unlock at this one? I'll unlock it then, right? Consumers return their health, however, extra intake means less frequent use is available of all active healing abilities. I mean, that's kinda. I remember that one always being fine. Oh, confirm. Okay. Yeah, let's get back in
I don't know
there.
how he did it, but Rhodes took that intel you brought back and made it cough up the location of a couple of Joe Farrell wannabes. Might be a good idea to take them out before they get organized.
Are you asking me to commit extrajudicial murder? Is that what you're telling me, Benitez? Because I'm fine with it. Just checking. At least in video games.
Hostiles detected.
You took a wrong turn.
Fuck no! Go wait one more time!
Oh, I should be. Maybe I should be doing that. Although that would kind of suck against the rogues, though. Those guys are so tanky. Rogues. I mean hunters. Yeah, they're basically rogues. They're not hunters. I mean, they are literally hunters, but they're not. They're just very chunky. They don't actually fight. Wait, where is this dude then? You were upstairs, okay. I couldn't find you. Wait, is this the trap? Oh, okay. Oh, that's where you were.
Better odds.
Keep going, Isaac.
Warning. Hostiles have been detected.
My brain still just doesn't want to understand that that's not vapor grenades of Div 2, where, you know, it's just they shoot it and it explodes. No, it's a disorient when you run through it. Just too used to Division 2 now. USA made jeans. All made with one.
Warning. Hostiles have been detected.
Again? Wait, this is like... Usually these guys, like, it's a few in between, right? I feel... I don't feel you get them every... Am I just misremembering that? Is it like you get them every... No, right. They've also deployed something. Oh, they are downstairs. Hello, Hunter. Because the thing with them is also they're not very chunky. They're just they can heal quite a bit and stuff. They're kind of like the player. Especially as well, they don't have armor, so damage to armor doesn't do much against them. Or enemy armor damage. Oh, gave me a lockpick. I used the lockpick and then give me back.
Warning. Hostiles detected.
Go for it, guys! Don't make this harder!
Not being able to fire at all when you're on fire. That was definitely a good change to just, you can't ADS.
Just doing my job.
Oh, my job is to murder you. So I'm just also doing my job. Also, yeah, those guys are not every run thing, right? I remember them like being like sometimes you get them, right? It's 3 for 3. I mean, still within the realm of just randomness, but
Jamming device active.
I wonder actually if they give decent underground XP, because then it's maybe worth it, but I wonder bet they don't. They just drop a few items. I should have checked if they drop GE credits. Yeah, if we get them again, which likely after 3 in a row, we're just not gonna see one the rest of the day.
What the?
Let's make sure we check. They give decent or different XP. And then also if they drop GE credits. This should be the halfway part, right?
Plenty of people have figured out that this is a nice place to hide from the JTF, under the streets. And if you found this, you're smarter than most of the people roaming around down here. Maybe you know about the bomb that went off. Terrible tragedy, wasn't it? And you probably want to know who did it and why. You might even be the division. Well, that's why I made this.
Might even be Kia.
To give you a little something to think about.
They should have totally done that with like a common name. You might even be John. And then like any player that's named John that is like hearing that com just freaks the fuck out. Let's go around. I hear booping. Well, if that turned us off, I'd probably just go this way. On PC or console? I'm always on PC. I don't own any of the consoles. Not against them, but just I don't have them. I'm nowadays just PC.
Jamming device disabled.
But all my accounts and stuff as well always are just on PC.
Warning. Incoming hostiles.
Come on, guys.
Benched up like this is kind of nice.
Additional hostiles incoming.
Just maneuver each other.
Warning. Have detected heavily armored hostile approaching.
Oh, we reached 9 even before.
I hate that we gotta do this, but ops like this save lives. Good job.
Oh, so like kill XP kind of adds up, or those hunters were worth a lot, maybe. Well, because yeah, let's then maybe do one more. Get underground 10 unlocked, and then we'll leave it there. Don't know. Oh, for in my case, it's just as well. Like I work, my PC is also my tool for work and stuff. So I'm okay spending some good money on that, and then gaming is a nice byproduct. So I get to have decent PCs. Although I need to upgrade my graphics card at some point in the coming bits. Kind of planning in the summer to maybe see how the landscape kind of turns out, and then buy something a little bit more recent, because I'm still on 1080, which is, yeah, at this point about as old as this game. Oh no, not this game, but Division 2.
Got a patrol missing in an area that's seen a lot of cleaner activity. Get my people out of there while they're still alive.
No,
Warning. Now we're exiting
gonna
the safe
end up
area.
with the defense at the end then. Would be funny if like the reanimated cloud thing was already here as well. And we accidentally killed our teammates with explosions.
I'm glad I'm fighting with you.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Hostiles
Again?
detected.
Oh yeah, let's pay attention to how much XP we get here. Well, that might also count as an encounter or something. That was just normal kill XP for elites. Could pop up an XP there, but I think that was just a normal one.
Hell of a fight.
Oh, house. Let's see how that rolled later.
Showed up. Things might have...
Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
Oh, no alarm. And then also, next week we'll start of the week kinda, yeah, wanna Tuesday spend a little bit of time with SH Expose, and then also then kinda Wednesday make that video for it. But also starting kinda Tuesday we'll jump a little bit into conflict again. I haven't conflicted in like forever, like years. Wouldn't mind getting back into it. I'll likely get murdered the first like 20 the first 20 matches, but it's fine. I am blind. Those are like some items, you know. Oh, it's just this. Is that all alarm? Oh.
Jamming device active.
Shit, they're moving up. I'm stuck.
Sounds fun.
Now leaving affected area.
Wish I could shoot like you.
So, there's rank 10, but we'll finish this one off. Apparently I'm not going that way. Blocked.
You ready to listen, Agent? Okay. Well, let's go back to the beginning. I was recruited into the division when I withdrew my application to the CIA to start my own personal training business instead. They came after me, you understand? I didn't go begging for this. I didn't have any secret agent fantasies like some of those assholes. They understood I was interested in working for my country, and they saw that I had the chops right from the get-go. Never thought I'd be called up, but I used to be an optimist.
Now she's a killer. Yeah, she used to be an optimist. Now she measured things up, and now she's a killer. Investigate the area. There's already some firefight happening. Just go around.
Alert. Detecting hostiles. Visibility reduced.
Does this mean anything else than just the fog? It's like I can just run past that, but it turns out maybe not. And habitually reloading every 2 shots after a kill. Oh. Sir, come back please. I need to murder you.
Don't even get the fuck out of my face.
Okay. Those guys were twins, except they were just twin in the same position. Somewhere upstairs. Oh, hey.
Thanks for the help, but we still got a situation down here. We've got inbound.
Let's defend the JITF officer.
Incoming hostiles.
Get ready and let's go. Let's get that job done.
I assume I don't need to just like sit on it. I don't remember any of these defenses being anything spectacularly hard or anything, so hopefully me just running around like a headless chicken will turn out fine. Oh, there's even a level above.
Alert. Additional hostiles inbound.
There's the name.
Keep an eye on the right. Oh no, cleaners.
We got this guy.
Oh, that's the way up. Anymore. Oh, well. Oh, there. Yeah, let's go talk to the JTF.
You got him.
Visibility returning to normal levels.
Oh, I could have done that the whole time.
Holy shit, I've seen agents fight before, but never up close like that. Thank you, soldier.
That was too close. Thanks for saving my people. Good work, Agent.
I always do good work, Benitez. Let's make sure we get the boss loot. Especially them juicy G credits. I should then check again if the hunters dropped G credits. Shoulda paid better attention. But yeah, let's get out of here. Getting a PC. Did you build yours or about it as is? My was kind of put together by myself. I just bought the parts and stuff. Nowadays, it's pretty easy to do so. Like the actual putting together is actually the easy part. The hard part is much more finding all the bits and making sure everything fits, especially if you're, especially if it's something a little bit smaller or something. So in my case, I bought like a huge ass case. It's like a really big case, way bigger than it needs to be. But even then, it was just like figuring out like, will this cooler fit in here? Will this one fit in here? And then will this RAM, what exactly do it? Because yeah, that's actually the hard part nowadays. Because the rest of it is just Legos. it just all fits together pretty easily. But also nowadays with OEMs and stuff, well, not ever say OEMs, but system integrators, you can get a decent enough deal out of them because they buy their parts cheaper, kind of, and then they basically charge you a little bit for the service and stuff, and also you'll get a warranty on it. Which, in my case, like if anything broke or anything, like nowadays, all of the warranties will have expired. With in the past, if anything had broken, I have to like go item by item basically, and just like, or like send an item back to the manufacturer and stuff, or through the vendor. But if you have a whole system, then you have like warranty on the whole thing, which is kind of nice. Making it so that even if you are someone that can build their own PC, it's not the worst idea to just buy one pre-made if you don't want to deal with any hassle at all. Oh, can I make this work? No, right? Could still keep it, but there's no, yeah, none of the builds that would use this would have that. Yeah, we'll toss it out there. And welcome back, button. It's the newer gap I'm gonna get for. That's what I still to use from other PC builds. Yeah, and actually those ones will already kind of check for compatibility, because that's mostly the thing. Like you need to buy, the right size cooler that fits on your CPU. You need to buy the right RAM for your motherboard and stuff, which seems like kind of obvious, but sometimes as well it's easy to. I remember when I was trying to put this together, I had originally it had like an all-in-one cooler, and I'd actually checked as well if it would fit, and then I had bought the wrong one basically. Instead of the like 2x120s, I bought the two 140 version, fan version, and then they like, oh yeah, no, this isn't gonna fit, and then send that back. And especially if you want to build a more compact system, sometimes it'll really, you really need to check that every piece is gonna fit.
So I can't give you a bag.
Especially if you're building it yourself and you're like in a decently big case, it's not too hard nowadays. Oh yeah, let's pop our caches. And then let's see what we wanna go doing from there.
Your attention, please. The dental clinic will be open at 0800 hours starting Monday.
Oh, I should actually, you know what I should do? Because I haven't actually tried this one. Oh no, I did try it out because I tried it out on those other ones. Where's Div 1? Caches, Div 1. F2. Because I made a macro for this as well. The timings are very loose, just in case. Oh, that's actually, they're even failed even on one. Oh, actually, yeah, the timings on that can be a little low. Because I actually need to press accept way later than this. But that's still handier than doing it by myself. You know what? Let's hang on to this one. For some of my builds, I can make this destructive, ferocious, determined.
Your attention, please. Please do not engage in
Well, there's a tactical ACR, so
as they may distract the guards. All such activities are restricted to the designated play areas near the post office building. Thank you for your
it's not really per se worth it.
Hey, you just got a great
Also,
deal.
I'm on 230 million. Should buy. Although the thing is, I don't. Although actually, I used up a ton of Phoenix Res. Although, I'm gonna back up again. Yeah, we're almost up to buying some caches again. Although I'll likely just buy some caches here now. Yeah, let's actually buy the caches and then see what we wanna go do. See if we get finally lucky. I'm not gonna hang on to too many. I already also have a few in there because one of the handy things they can be is for target intel. But I already as well have a bunch saved up on character 1, and I actually want to see if I get that mask or backpack that I want to get. Because neither also should be too hard to get. It's just not this, for instance. But yeah, I basically needed to end up with stamina, enemy armor damage, damage to elites. Yeah, kind of like that, although with stamina. Which means basically needs 2 out of 3. This has, or well, 1 out of 3 is what it needs. This has 0 out of 3, which is less than 1. That's kind of fine.
Just who I was looking for.
Yeah, I wanna stay on this character. No, let's actually swap here. Actually, yeah, let's do that just because also getting smarter with tools and I have no idea. Less. I mean, sometimes they're pretty well hidden. The thing is, you can always use that one pulse. That's also why I always have that pulse equipped. It's just I'm too lazy to change it. Although, well, if that then even doesn't help out either. Let's up to this character. Then maybe I'm just gonna go do a named run just to round it out. Get another 2K GE out of it, and then also kind of just wind down, and I'll just crawl into bed right after stream. Also, your punk, if you, I don't know if you wanna, or anybody else wants to join for that.
Readings indicate this area is safe.
Mostly about jumping around anyway and stuff, because it is this mask. The ult and kill is nice, but yeah, I want to have that. And this backpack not having the ammo kind of annoys me from time to time. Yeah, let's consider that. I should not even see. Can I see on the map? Maybe I can. Maybe I know it, which would be rare. Oh, that one's underground. I don't know if you're in the sewers. Oh wait, this is those two, isn't it? Yeah, this is the, like, it's marking 2 here, but they're the same basically. They're in the same spot. That's just the because you can't do height. But yeah, there's like 2 boxes downstairs and 1 box upstairs. That's like what's marked like that.
Warning. You are now leaving the safe area.
But yeah, let's bang out the named run and then. Oh, actually, you know what I should do? Yeah?
Gonna hunt that fucking guard down.
So I kind of like running it actually with this striker. On this striker, I have a little bit of electronics that can make it a little bit more boomy, even more on top. And if anybody else is also interested in a name run, feel free to say so. Otherwise, I'll just get it all done. Although these things aren't per se like harder solo or easier in group or something. That's also why they get done as much as they do. As they are, they're very soloable. Especially once you're kind of geared. So I actually want to mess around with this build at some point. Maybe tomorrow we'll take it into a bunch of matchmade or something. Because it has... This has basically a 4K, 7K, 7.8 on the electronics. Down on skill power. Not, of course, like, to a degree. Some other builds, but... Enough, for instance, that also this, like, pulse. How much is this pulse? Like, this is 36% crit chance. Instead of, like, the 20 that you kind of like, normally get. I would love to see, actually, like, with what it can do with a support station and what it can do with a smart, not smart, yeah, smart cover. I keep confusing smart cover and mobile cover, and there actually I was saying the right thing, but I was doubting myself. That looks quite funky. And I always go for these tools after that guy. And those weapon pickups. And yeah, we'll just do this name group and then round it out. This also, yeah, we did start way earlier. Also, I'm kind of feeling sleepy and low energy, so. And tomorrow we'll likely do the same, start a few hours earlier. First jump into Div 1 or Div 2. I already forgot what the other thing I was gonna work on. Oh yeah, the striker backpack and chest talent. Gonna comparison thingy. We need. I'll just need to set up a bunch of multi-calculators for that video, and then also yeah, maybe do a start on the weapon variants guide. Went from super hazy. Actually, no, it's still hazy. I think I found what they're looking for. Sacrament.
Jesus, what are you doing?
Hey, good thing there is no friendly fire.
Later, bud. We got some salt to clear out.
Kill those assholes. Damn you!
Actually, I should remember to use that sticky. Oh, they aggro those guys? I hope not. Yeah, they also aggro the guys inside. I think they also did that. Because if that's the case... Oh, sure, we got some Lone Star gloves there. Okay, that's fine. I was gonna say otherwise, we'll just let him murder us, but also I have like that survivor link, so that takes forever to for him to kill us. Oh, we got lucky there.
You are now entering a safe area. Warning, now leaving the safe area.
What makes that area safe? I mean, I know it's like a safe house, but what makes a safe house safe? Michael here. Funny thing is, actually, against sometimes against some of the reds and stuff, they don't blow up all the way, but then because of the enemy armor damage and stuff against purples, I'm just guaranteed that they're gonna melt like that. And better. Turn back now. If you do not have express permission to enter this area, you are advised to turn back now. This area is under the control of the United States military and local authorities. The area is under quarantine, and there is a real danger of contracting and spreading deadly disease. Later force authorized. I'm just gonna put the toe in here. There we go. F you, boo, and do what you tell me.
Appreciate your kindness.
Those who died are justified.
Thanks for helping out. Watch it.
Hey, you got any? talk to its knees. It's all about risk and reward.
It is all about risk and reward. You risk getting blown up, and I get the rewards. No, that wasn't the nade. It's trying to blow up the nade. Although I should have just waited. Usually they bunch up after a second. I did too early. Not that matters. It's just open world. And I gotta keep the yawns in still. Yeah, we'll round this out. I'm gonna go to bed. And be a smart boy for once.
I can live through anything. Yeah, help me out here.
We did the magic trick there. We made two grown-ass men disappear.
Ready as I'll ever be. I don't like the looks of this.
Okay. Red house. Oh, well. The rare no raiders and no cleaners on that right side.
Okay, it's over.
It is over. And then we'll go for that raker too. Also, we'll use outer run for a bit. That away. Oh well, just no spawns here either. I'll go for these tools here. And one of the things definitely is in Division 2, there isn't like a street like that where like you have this long of a pathway that is just uninterrupted, so you can just outrun through it. But yeah, the streets aren't as cluttered. Well, that's also sometimes a downside. Sometimes you're fighting some stuff. It's more so in the DZS, but like you're fighting some AI and stuff, and just there isn't enough cover in that street. You have to like kind of just, especially in places where, like in the strongholds and stuff, there's enough cover everywhere, but on the landmarks. But especially in some of the places, and yeah, as we discovered, man, this is still. I want to almost put this in things and stuff, and maybe I literally do put this in things and stuffs. I didn't know this until so. How would we even call this? Paint cans, paint items. They have one firehouse. It's kind of cool that when you blow that up. Look at that! Look at that! It actually like splatters paint. I mean, it's weird that it's going through the thing. But yeah, you just what? But really, way too much time. It's weird that falls through that things, but still, it's pretty impressive. Because I can totally see them like making that like just it explodes animation or something, but that then the paint can interact with other items. That's actually like somebody had to make that happen. And they did. Screw tires. This stream brought to you by Michelin.
Sick of the fucking whiners. Getting out of Rikers was a piece of cake.
Is that actually gonna work? That actually work? Okay. Sure.
Let's see if he's a runner.
Let's see if you guys are exploders.
I knew it!
Hey, you know what? Let's go murder him. I feel bad leaving him. But yeah, sometimes the enemies are blind, especially if you're not running and not making sound. The rare stealth of Division.
Take them all down! Finish this! Fire on target!
God damn it. They were just around the corner from it. Oh, that's the whole idea of this build, just to have either a strong opener or rebuff the team, and then you're still a striker. But I'm curious actually to see what this can do with a support station in a group setting. As honestly, it's the idea of basically the in Div 2 parlance, the striker combat medic. It's kind of has yellow course, basically. Well, also the third drone hybrid, technically. Yeah, let's go get the last few buses here. And I'm actually impressed with myself that, yeah, we got 4 weeklies done. Just the normal weeklies. I don't think well, I mean, I've never done that before because we didn't have 4 characters, but like the last global event, I did like 2 weeklies or something, and the last time before that was likely like 4 years ago or something. But here we go. We got 4 of them out.
I wish I would have killed more.
Sounds like a 400 extra gift deck. They're gonna survive this? No.
Ain't much of a contest now, is it?
Go for it now! Make no mistake, we'll kill you.
Look at his friends were gonna explode there, of course. Also, actually, so in a group setting,
Readings indicate this area is safe.
Div 1, it doesn't actually give any, you know, like gather or stuff like it does in 2.
Warning.
When
You are now leaving the safe
somebody
area.
is in a checkpoint. I wonder if it's just not sessioning that team, if a team kind of goes in there, or if that's, or if it can phase like in the background. I'm gonna guess the second, but that's actually interesting that they didn't keep that for Div 2 then, as well. That's kind of why I actually like this build for named runs. It's just a lot of fights. Well, there, of course, also on top of that, we have the strike explosions, but quite often I just sticky the named room and just over. Well, of course, we'll do the same with Tactician or something, but then here as well, if there is something else, I have the striker build as follow-up.
They say we're helping them.
One of the things I should check actually if there's any, because currently I have crit chance mods, or like for the skill mod kind of thing.
We can
Could make that, of course, the sticky damage. Oh, or stuff like that happens. Where that's, I'm pretty sure that's not where I was.
We lost one.
Give these worth 150 GE credits.
Warning. You are exiting the safe area.
This is actually faster. I feel just with the climbing and stuff, it isn't, right? Although with the stairs here, maybe that's fast. But lately, just barely. Just for bears.
This was unexpected. Thank you.
I don't know, let's go from this side.
Cleaners.
But they're not aggro or anything else. That works for me.
Shit, got a grenade. I'm weapon free.
Exiting the contaminated area.
We owe you big time.
One last named. Anyway, we need to be sure. We need to check the point ahead. There's a point ahead, and we should check it. No, it must be here. Check this point. Check this point!
You're in a restricted area. You robbing me now?
Last
Open
time
fire.
for help.
Engaging target.
Firing.
Contact. Contact.
That should work out. Actually, no one survived. Because with everybody there as well, post exploding. You know what? Let's go get the weapons from the police station over there.
Let's show them what we got. Shoot them all. Engaging targets. Perfect shot.
And it's barely before the daily reset. Oh, well rounded that there. Let me already actually in the background. I'm gonna go and try to find somebody for us to raid on the Twitch end.
You are now entering a safe area.
If we have any goers. No, let's go peek at this guy. What are we doing? I get the reason. Lexington. Yeah, we'll likely go with Air Turner in a sec. There's a few others in there, but I've raided them already in this week. And let's spread the love around. I'll go clean up my shit in a bit. But yeah, we got likely enough for 2 caches again. Oh no, 1.5. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, we're on 2K, not on 4K. And then yeah, tomorrow I'll be back, and tomorrow we'll go first with some Div 2 again, kind of like today. And yeah, do some prep work for some future videos, and also start on a guide thing that I want to kind of make, and then we'll jump back into Div 1 as well, and yeah, do some last day of getting some GE credits and getting a few more caches out of it. Unlikely as well, and at the end of this G, I'll leave my characters again, or like we'll end it up with having like a few thousand GEs saved up for the next one. I don't actually remember even what the next one is, but or what's in there, but just so at the start of it, we can already buy some of those caches, those superior caches. But yeah, for now, I'm gonna send everybody over to Air Turner, who is doing some Lincoln, it seems, or Lexington. This game's Lincoln, basically. Yeah, let's start that raid already. And also tomorrow I'll or even maybe in a little bit I'll do a little bit of that work, and then tomorrow as well afternoon I'll stitch together that video we recorded earlier today and kind of get that uploaded as we'll go over the DPS tables as we did. And yeah, and then Monday we'll spend most of the day likely in Div 2 grinding out some season XP. And I still also need to do a weekly descent, although I don't need to. I have the comms, but I want to. So I'll come up there. But yeah, for now, enjoy yourselves some Air Turner. I'll be back tomorrow. And as always, have a good night.
Don't be shy.